Chapter 1560. Under the moonlight and starry sky, Xia Jinyuan's handsome face was obviously tired, but when he saw Yi Qian, it seemed as if all the tiredness of the past few days had disappeared. There was a kind of spiritual sustenance called love supporting him. All the fatigue in his body and mind was swept away, leaving only the joy of reuniting with her. He was an introverted man. He was calm even in the face of a life-and-death battle. Only in front of Yi Qian did he reveal a side that no one knew about. Sometimes he was rogue, sometimes he was noble, sometimes he was cold and arrogant, and sometimes he was like a naughty child asking for candy. Yi Qian looked at Major Xia, who had a slightly evil smile on his face, and replied unhurriedly, "That's true. It seems that I should seize the time to get in touch with you. Who knows, maybe I can even infiltrate the enemy's internal department to steal information." After saying that, he even raised his hand to touch his face and said excitedly, "I've never been a femme fatale before. I can give it a try. TSK, TSK, TSK. Little fox, your skin seems to be getting thicker and thicker, just like mine." Xia Jinyuan laughed heartily as he stared at her dimples that were brighter than the moon. Suddenly, he gave her a sneak kiss, a gentle kiss landing on her forehead. It was a light kiss. Before Yi Qian could react, he had already left, leaving behind only a trace of moist seawater. "Welcome back to the team, Yi Qian." A second ago, Major Xia was like a cat that had stolen a fish. Now, his expression was cold. Dressed in a combat uniform, he had transformed into an unyielding Special Forces soldier in a second. Yi Qian. Why did it feel like he had deliberately changed in a second? However, Major Xia had always been a scheming person. Until now, she still hadn't figured him out. It wasn't until he reminded her that Demon King Li is behind, that Yi Qian understood why he had changed so quickly. Then, she heard him chuckle softly. "You're quite good at ruining the atmosphere. Otherwise, I would have stolen another kiss." "Then I have to thank Demon King Li." Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. She always felt relaxed when she was with him, as if nothing was difficult and he could solve anything. It gave her a sense of pleasure from inside out. There was no reason for her to miss out on a man who could give her happiness and security. On the shore, Li Jinyan frowned slightly. He wasn't sure if Xia Jinyuan was kissing Yi Qian. It happened so fast that before he could see it clearly, Xia Jinyuan had already straightened up. The two of them were already walking towards the shore. Xia Jinyuan had been walking side by side with her the whole time, keeping a certain distance from her. There was nothing strange about his behavior. She must have been overthinking things just now. For the past 2 days, he was in charge of the sea training. As expected of the Demon King, the intensity of the training challenged everyone's limits every day. "This morning, we swam 5 nautical miles in full gear. In the afternoon, we swam in light gear. After that, we completed the underwater shooting before returning to the camp to rest." Training with him is indeed rewarding. The training for the next 10 days will only be more intense. You still have to study at the same time. Little fox, drink more energy supplements. Don't tire yourself out if you're not careful. He wasn't exaggerating. Yi Qian hadn't undergone any intense training for 2.5 months. Her body's functions weren't fully functioning yet, so it wasn't impossible for an accident to happen. Yi Jian recalled the time when she trained with him during the summer vacation. The corners of her mouth curled up. "It's indeed very difficult, but I'm looking forward to it." She turned her head and smiled at Major Xia. "Captain Xia, I'll be looking forward to your guidance next." Chapter 1561. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you some good advice. Let me tell you something. There's a captive plan for the upcoming tactical training, so Yi Qian, be careful. Once you're captured, the punishment you'll receive will be unforgettable. He wasn't joking around, nor was he joking around. His voice was just cold. Yi Qian was very sure that once she was captured, she would definitely not receive any preferential treatment. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like this confrontation training would definitely be tougher and more difficult than the previous training. Otherwise, Xia Jinyuan wouldn't have used such a tone to remind her. She wasn't afraid of difficulties, she was only worried that she wouldn't be able to catch up with her comrade's progress. Yi Qian took a deep breath. She could already feel the immense pressure even before she started training. Li Jinyan took the luggage from her hands and turned around to look at Xia Jinyuan, who was still following him, and said, "How long do you plan on keeping in touch with my comrades? Don't you plan on going back to reorganize the team?" His training style was completely different from Xia Jinyuan's. One was more cold and hard, while the other was more relaxed. But it was undeniable that Xia Jinyuan's training style was indeed the training style that the Snowfield Brigade needed. So, at the time, he wanted to join the Army's Special Forces and even submitted his letter of intent. In the end, he was invited by his superior to have a heart-to-heart talk and was advised to stay in the Navy and become a member of the Navy's Special Forces. Because his personality and training style were completely different from Xia Jinyuan's, it just so happened that the Snowfield Brigade needed Xia Jinyuan's training style. It was one thing for him to get along with his comrades on the team, but why was he always eyeing the members of the Storm Commandos? Li Jinyan, the Devil King, didn't hesitate to chase him away. Major Xia, who had always been thick-skinned, wouldn't be chased away so easily. He said calmly, "Yi Qian and I haven't seen each other in a long time. This time, when we meet again, I want to chat a little more so that we don't become strangers." He was very sincere and calm. It was impossible to tell that he was just spending more time with his girlfriend. Xia Jinyuan only had a side to him that was unknown to Yi Qian. In front of others, he had always been unfathomable. No one could guess what he was thinking. In any case, from his expression, Li Jinyan could not tell whether he was telling the truth or not. But he also knew a little about him, so a strange feeling surged in his heart. His gaze lightly swept across him and Yi Jian's body without leaving a trace, and the scene of a kiss flashed in his mind again. Could it be that he wasn't mistaken? As a woman, she had to be more sensitive. Yi Qian immediately sensed Li Jinyan's probing gaze, so he calmly continued, "We will be meeting and communicating for more than 40 days. Captain Xia, you don't have to rush." "In a hurry," he emphasized. Xia Jinyuan raised his wrist to look at the time. The faint light on his watch flickered. After seeing the time clearly, he said seriously, "It's still early now. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. I'll give you 2 hours of tutoring. Tonight, we'll be returning to the camp early. Usually, we gather at 11 o'clock." This excuse was very strong. Devil King Li nodded. "Okay, make the best use of your time. I need to organize the information tonight. I'll leave it to you, Q King." After saying that, he looked at Yi Qian. His gaze was cold and sharp. "Yi Qian, no one here has a name or surname, only a code name. His code name is Q King, my code name is Devil, and your code name is Jin Feng. From this moment onwards, you've joined the Storm Commandos and become a member of our team. I hope you can remember this." Chapter 1562. "Yes, sir," Yi Qian answered, accepting the devil's criticism. Xia Jinyuan did not stand up for him. From now on, Yi Qian was a member of the Storm Commandos. As for him, as a boyfriend, the time for him to welcome his girlfriend was over. Putting his personal feelings aside, for the next 45 days, they were just comrades who completed the training together, not lovers. The supplies were placed neatly to the side. Xia Jinyuan placed the last buoyancy box and walked to the front of the two teams with Li Jinyan, while Yi Qian stood beside them. Li Jinyan introduced Yi Qian, new member of the Storm Commandos, codename Jin Feng. The introduction could not be any simpler. After that, he gestured for Yi Qian to step forward and introduce himself. Yi Qian's self-introduction was equally simple. "I am Jin Feng. In the upcoming training, I will not disappoint my comrades in the Storm Commandos." Over. There was a round of applause. The Snowfield Brigade's comrades who knew Yi Qian were clapping hard, but they were muttering in their hearts. After the dismissal, Han Zhang jumped out and asked Xia Jinyuan in disbelief, Q King, what's going on? How did Jean Feng become a member of the Storm Commandos? Shouldn't she belong to our team? It's the military's arrangement. There's no why. It's just what you see. Xia Jinyuan took off his wet combat uniform, revealing his muscular upper body. When his hand reached for his belt buckle, he turned around and said, I'm going to change. Can you leave me alone for a while? Although the conditions on the reef island were limited, it was still possible for a person to change his clothes. Since the conditions allowed, Xia Jinyuan always changed his clothes alone. Han Zhang, who was silenced by the words, military's arrangement, looked at his friend's upper body and whistled frivolously. You have a good figure. All right, your problem with being a playboy can't be cured. We have to make way for you. There was no fresh water on the island, but that did not prevent the two teams from obtaining fresh water. It had been raining heavily for the past few days, so the two teams had stored a lot of fresh water in the buoyancy boxes that they had used to drop supplies in, and then used it to wipe their bodies. There were still 5 days left to complete the combat training at sea, so they had to use the stored water sparingly. Bathing had become a luxury, so they could only wet a towel and wipe their bodies. Xia Jinyuan changed his clothes. When the Snowfield Brigade members saw Han Zhang coming over, they were waiting for him to explain why Yi Qian had become a member of the Storm Commandos and why he didn't join the Snowfield Brigade. It was obvious that Yi Qian only knew the members of the Snowfield Brigade. Also, Q King had gotten permission from the military and the general to tell Yi Qian what kind of special forces the Snowfield Brigade was. How did she become a comrade of water demons? It's the military's arrangement, Han Zhang walked over and said seriously. Then, he looked at his comrades with a serious expression. The Snowfield Brigade members who were listening to the sound of the waves all looked at Han Zhang, waiting for him to say something. But after waiting for a while, Han Zhang did not say anything. That's it? J5 asked, that's all you have to say? Are you sure you didn't miss anything? Han Zhang nodded seriously. Understood. J5 nodded seriously. He then took off his combat uniform as he walked. K7 also turned around and walked away. His actions were the same as J5's. What did he understand? Why don't I understand anything? I've already said that it's the military's arrangement. What else do you not understand? T6 told his comrade with a serious expression. He patted his comrade's shoulder and repeated, military's arrangement. The reason was that it was the military's arrangement. Chapter 1563. The Snowfield Brigade had a total of 22 Special Forces members participating in the training for the competition. These 22 Special Forces members were the best of the best. It could be said that if they were placed in any basic unit or field unit, they would definitely be the king of soldiers in that unit. Among them, including Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian only knew 8 of the Special Forces members. There were also a few members who had accompanied the higher-ups to Pakistan for a secret meeting and were in charge of security. They had secretly seen Yi Qian before. But Yi Qian had never seen them before. As for the other members, although they had never seen Yi Qian before, they were not unfamiliar with the name Yi Qian, just like Bai He did before. This was because people in the team often mentioned her name. If they were familiar with the name but not the person they were familiar with, they were probably the most familiar strangers. Didn't you guys talk about Yi Qian every day in the past? Why didn't she join our team? Why did she join the Water Demons team? The military's arrangement? Could it be that we didn't fight for her? Even if we fought for her, she might not necessarily become a comrade on our side. This matter mainly depends on how the military arranges it. In the end, it still depends on how the military arranges her. Did you guys see what she looked like clearly just now? A member who was putting on a pullover turned the topic to her appearance with interest. He said what several of his teammates were thinking. Yeah, did any of you see her clearly? When she introduced herself, my eyes almost popped out of their sockets. But unfortunately, she was facing away from the moonlight, so I couldn't see anything clearly. I just thought that her voice was really nice, like a lark's. After a day of training, the topics of conversation were much more relaxed during rest time. Yi Qian's arrival was first because of her identity, and second because of her gender. This group of male soldiers who had been facing the sea for the past few weeks had secretly started talking about her. And the topics of discussion were mainly about two things. First, how did she end up in the Water Demons team? She was clearly familiar with their comrades in the team. Second, how did she look? Was she pretty? As for how capable she was, that was put aside. If she could train with the male soldiers and join the Water Demons team led by the Devil King, she definitely wouldn't be too bad. If she was too bad, would the military arrange it? If she was too bad, would the Devil King want her? Therefore, there was no need to discuss this issue. It was better to discuss the topic that they were most interested in order to relax. Not only did high-intensity training require physical relaxation, but it also required mental relaxation. As the saying goes, men and women work together to make it less tiring. There was a reason why there were always a few female soldiers in a troop. Female soldiers, no matter where they went, would become the most beautiful scenery in the eyes of the male soldiers. Pigeon and White Crane had seen Yi Qian before. When they heard this, they said in unison, "We'll know when we see her tomorrow, as long as she doesn't have any camouflage paint on her face. It seems like you're all very interested in her looks. Why don't I tell the Demon King tomorrow and have him bring Yi Qian to walk around in front of you?" A faint voice with a hint of cold laughter rang out. The team members who were originally resting together quickly pulled their sleeping bags over their heads and fell asleep in a second. Xia Jinyuan took a few steps forward and walked over to the teammate who had asked, "What does Yi Qian look like?" He bent down and smiled calmly. "If you really want to see him, why don't I take you there now? It just so happens that I'm going to look for her." He sounded very sincere. It sounded like he really intended to take his teammate there. If they really believed him, they would definitely end up in a terrible state. Chapter 1564. It was not until Xia Jinyuan had left for at least 3 minutes that his teammate, who even hid his head in the sleeping bag, let out a sigh of relief. It was too frightening to be caught red-handed. His back was drenched in cold sweat from the shock. Q King, the youngest captain of the Snowfield Brigade, was also the most capable king among all the previous captains. Although he was usually able to fight with his comrades, when he sat there, other than the elegance that came from his bones, he also had the ferocity of a sleeping beast. No one knew what kind of expression this captain, who even had a noble smile, would have in the next second. No one knew what he was going to do other than change his expression. No one could guess what he was going to do, but no one believed in him. He was just like the Demon King of the Storm Assault team. He looked cold and unapproachable, but every water ghost trusted him. They never doubted his abilities, and they obeyed his orders without question. The water ghosts must be overjoyed. Look, they haven't even come to rest yet. TSK, TSK, TSK. They were going to be happy. The only female soldier had entered their camp. When they caught them tomorrow, they would definitely tell them not to be too complacent. The water ghosts were indeed happy. Although Yi Qian briefly introduced herself, she still had to introduce herself in detail when she joined the team. "I'm good at sniping, long range, and close-range attacks. I can hide for a long time with a record of 92 hours. I'm good at sniping, and I'm good at using all kinds of guns." Yi Qian took the time to complete her introduction so that the water ghosts of the Storm Assault team could have a better understanding of her combat abilities. She listed out everything she was good at one by one. The water ghosts who were sitting cross-legged were already dumbfounded. She knew this, she knew that. "Female soldier, is there anything you don't know?" It wasn't a formal occasion, so the assault team could ask Yi Qian any questions at any time. Someone asked her what she didn't know. Yi Qian thought for a while and smiled. "There are many things I don't know. I don't know anything about flying in the sky. I don't know anything about running underground other than driving tanks and construction vehicles." She had never felt that she was very powerful. Every time she went on a mission, every time she learned something new, she would give it her all with 120% determination. The members of the Storm Assault team were already laughing and joking. You're already good enough. If you want more, Jin Feng, us male soldiers will be trained to death by the Devil King. Every soldier had their own field. No matter how good a soldier was, it was impossible to be good at everything. If that's the case, I believe the Devil King will be happy. He will increase the difficulty level of training to 20 points. Yi Jian stood in front of the water ghosts and spoke without any hesitation. The Devil King once told me a famous saying from a military school in a Western country: reasonable training is called exercise, unreasonable training is called tempering. He told me that if I have any unreasonable training in the future, should refer to this saying. The laughter below became even louder. Li Jinyan, who was standing to the side, glanced at Yi Jian indifferently. Then, his sharp and cold gaze slowly swept over his comrades who were completely relaxed. Water Ghost, who originally had a smile on his face, instantly withdrew it. When his gaze swept over their heads, it was like a knife scraping against their scalps, bringing about a tangible sharpness. Chapter 1565. Receiving the Devil King's gaze, the same thought flashed through the minds of all the water ghosts. This is bad. We relaxed too much. Something big is going to happen. Yi Qian, who was closest to the Devil King, also felt the change in him. Like the water ghosts below, he felt that something big was going to happen. He and Captain Xia were really the same type of people. They had no idea what they would do in the next second, but their instincts told them that it would not be anything good. Everyone was silent for 30 seconds. Li Jinyan's thin lips moved slightly, and the water ghosts narrowed their eyes. Then, they heard his voice and the sea breeze. There was no fluctuation in his voice at all. Tell us what you don't know. Everyone has 3 minutes. Begin. Something big had really happened. Based on their understanding of the Devil King, as long as they didn't know, he would make them know. Brothers, keep your guard up. Don't make any noobs from the army or the air force. A good discussion turned into a review meeting. When Xia Jinyuan came over, he saw the Devil King standing in front with a cold expression. The water ghosts were lined up neatly and were all saying, "What do I not know?" The water ghost with the code name Big Shrimp was clearly very cool at night, but sweat was forming on his forehead. His fingers were rapidly tapping on a laptop. He was clearly memorizing every word that the water ghosts said. Li Jinyan looked up and exchanged glances with Xia Jinyuan. He turned to Yi Qian and said calmly, "Go and tutor with Q King. Return to the team at 12 o'clock sharp. I will put the training materials next to your sleeping bag tomorrow." Yes. Yi Qian saluted and turned to walk towards Xia Jinyuan. At 10 o'clock at night, the starry sky seemed even purer. The starry sky, which was far away from the hustle and bustle of the mortal world, was so clear that it seemed to be still. Even the nebula was faintly visible. The members of the Snowfield Brigade had already fallen into a deep sleep. After an hour of self-reflection, the water ghosts of the Storm Commandos crawled into their sleeping bags at 11 o'clock sharp. Standing in the vast darkness of the night, the sentries with steel guns in their hands stood straight like white poplar trees. One of them stood at the front while the other stood at the back to guard and alert. Li Jinyan glanced at the two figures sitting on the ground, facing the sea breeze. He took a few steps toward them and suddenly stopped, because Xia Jinyuan sensed someone approaching and turned to look at him. Nodding at him, Li Jinyan turned around and walked to his sleeping bag. The background of the two was very harmonious. Even though they were separated by a certain distance, they faintly exuded a closeness that no one else could join them. However, at present, it seemed that there was no relationship between the two of them. Some seagulls flew away in fright, letting out a series of startled cries. They flapped their wings and rushed into the sea. Their small figures circled in the sky a few times before returning to the island. Li Jinyan also did not go to sleep immediately. Instead, he flipped through the combat training progress of the two teams. After looking at the data of the training, Li Jinyan, who was usually expressionless, raised his head and pinched the space between his eyebrows. A trace of coldness flashed across his cold and exquisite handsome face. It had to be said that the Storm Amphibious Frogmen Commandos, which had been established for more than 10 years, had a huge gap in strength between them and the Snowfield Special Forces, which had been established for more than 10 years. In terms of actual combat experience, the members of the Snowfield Special Forces were much better than the Storm Commandos. They still had to strengthen their training. As the country's military strength increased, the country's requirements for the abilities of the Special Forces also increased. Every special force had to be developed in an all-round way, not just in one area of combat, but in all aspects. Chapter 1566. The first mission of the Storm Commandos was direct military operations. They had to quickly seize, destroy, and occupy military targets. The second mission was special reconnaissance missions, the third was unconventional operations, the fourth was overseas missions, and the fifth was anti-terrorist operations. In general, it looked similar to the missions of the Snowfield Brigade, but in reality, the main focus of the army was land warfare, reconnaissance, surprise attacks, and harassment. The army would be involved in snow, plains, forests, mountains, deserts, forests, and lakes. This already included the specialty of the water ghosts. However, the water ghosts were definitely not as good as the members of the Snowfield Brigade when it came to land warfare, forests, mountains, and snow. On the sea, the water ghosts focused on sneaking and landing on the beach. Diving was also the most important. The focus was on special operations on islands and ships. After the sea battle, they would have to follow the Snowfield Special Forces to fight on land. The two teams would learn from each other and complement each other. This was also the purpose of the training for the two teams. Li Jinyan didn't look up from the various materials for a long time. From time to time, he would pick up a pen to write and draw on a few training subjects that the Storm Commandos had failed or lacked. He would also write a summary and save it on the encrypted computer. These were all precious materials that were hard to come by during training. He could dissect the Snowfield Brigade from all aspects of the training and gain valuable experience from it. Not only was the information precious, but it was also confidential. Time ticked away. The young Special Forces soldiers listened to the sound of the waves and fell asleep. In the entire camp, other than Xia Jinyuan, who was still helping Yi Qian with his homework, Li Jinyan and the two sentries were the only ones who hadn't slept yet. At midnight, Xia Jinyuan closed his book on time and said to Yi Qian, "You have to combine it with experiments. You can't just rely on memorizing the theory. Previously, you were rushing the process and didn't pay attention to the theory building." He was talking about the theory of the single-chip microcomputer. Although she was a commander and didn't have much to do with technology, her second-year training was still related to technology. Her teacher's progress was very fast, so she had no choice but to speed up. He had seen Xia Jinyuan win countless trophies during his time at the National University of Science and Technology. Among them, he had led an experimental team to solve a difficult problem at a missile base and was awarded a third-class merit. Now that he was asked to explain the most basic content, it was a piece of cake for him. Moreover, his explanations were very detailed, and he could get to the point. Yi Qian was able to absorb it very quickly, and there was no sign that he could not understand. After putting away all the textbooks, Yi Qian looked at him with a smile and joked, "Is it a little hard for you to teach me? It's been so many years since you graduated, but I didn't expect you to still remember the knowledge in the textbooks. Looks like when you're old and retired, you might even be able to return to the military academy as a professor to teach and groom the next generation." Xia Jinyuan was not afraid of being teased. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows elegantly and smiled in an especially noble manner. "How could I feel wronged? I'm just afraid that I'll forget, so I'm using you to practice. But you're right. I do plan to return to the military academy as a professor when I'm old and live a comfortable life in the military." Wearing this military uniform, he couldn't bear to take it off for the rest of his life. When the day came for him to retire, he had joked with his old man that he planned to return to the military academy to teach. However, his old man had dismissed him by saying, "Don't mislead the students. Chapter 1567. He seemed to be in high spirits as he gazed at Yi Jian tenderly. The smile on his thin lips deepened. I'm old, and you're old too. Why don't we go back to the military academy to teach and mislead the students together? Q King is in his prime now. There's no need to think so far ahead. It's getting late. Thank you for tutoring me tonight, Q King. Good night. Yi Qian yawned. He stood up and said goodbye to the young major who was still interested in continuing the conversation. After saying that, he left swiftly. Xia Jinyuan was speechless. What should he do? His little fox was getting harder and harder to deal with. The more she was like this, the more his heart itched. He smiled as he watched her slender figure disappear from his sight. He stood there and watched for a long time until the gentle smile on his face gradually disappeared. Only then did he leave. The devil's light was still on. He had to see what he was researching. At midnight, Li Jinmian was still sorting out the results of the training over the past few days. In order to better see the difference in strength between the two teams, he specially drew a table and wrote down the training process over the past few days. No one knew what he was thinking. His slender and good-looking eyebrows were tightly knitted. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the table he had drawn and the words in it. He realized a problem. The training that Xia Jinyuan led last week was not so much a training program as it was a training course. He led the Snowfield Brigade and provided lessons for the Storm Commandos through training. From directional and narrow combat training to large-scale mountainous infiltration and close-range combat, he used a one-on-one learning mode to let the Storm Commandos catch up with them on land. Still sorting out the information? About a meter away, Xia Jinyuan spoke first. He glanced at the illuminated ground and saw a very simple sand table made of sand and stones. Studying battle tactics? Do you have any good battle plans? Usually, when the other team members were asleep, Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinmian still needed to discuss some of the problems that occurred during the training during the day and analyze the reasons for them so that they could change and adjust the training in time. Hearing his voice from behind, Li Jinmian closed the document in his hand and stood up. He turned around and looked at the young major who had put in a lot of effort. I was studying some of the weak points in my team and accidentally found a problem. Problem? Xia Jinyuan thought it was a problem during training. His handsome face turned cold. He pointed at the beach and gestured for the two to sit down. What problem? How serious is it? Knowing that he misunderstood, Li Jinmian explained, it's not a problem during training. The two of them sat together on the soft beach. Li Jinmian handed the document in his hand to Xia Jinyuan. Draft, please take a look. Q King of the Snowfield Brigade was indeed worthy of his reputation. If he did not want to sort out the training information, see what else needed to be added, and analyze the gap between the combat standards of the two teams, he would not have realized that Q King had put in so much effort. The duration of the competition overseas was 20 days. 5 days were for naval battles and 15 days were for land battles. At that time, Xia Jinyuan joked with him, Devil King, you're under a lot of pressure. 15 days on land, including snow, plains, and mountains are the strengths of our army. You have to speed up your progress. Chapter 1568. Xia Jinyuan was still looking at the analyzed data when Li Jinmian said calmly, the competition will be held in May of next year, which is less than half a year from now. The Storm Commandos really need to speed up their progress. Otherwise, it will be a waste of Q King's painstaking arrangements. It's nothing. I'm just repaying you for training Yi Qian so diligently. Xia Jinyuan closed the data and glanced at his laptop. He couldn't help but laugh. Devil King, don't tell me you're still planning to send this data to the higher-ups? Devil King Li put the data he had sorted out on his laptop and raised his eyebrows. Do you have any objections? I don't have any objections. I just think it's a small matter. However, he didn't expect him to be so serious. He hadn't changed at all. Xia Jinyuan smiled and shook his head. He seemed to have thought of something and said, Yi Qian's code name is Jin Feng. Is that her code name in the Storm Commandos? Also, don't write her code name in the report. This was puzzling. Li Jinyan calmly looked at Xia Jinyuan, who had a look of disdain on his face when he said the two words Jin Feng. Do you have any objections? I really do have objections here. Xia Jinyuan looked at him sternly. Our team hasn't decided on her code name yet. You can't just randomly give her a code name. Once the military approves it, we won't be able to change it even if we want to. Faced with Li Jinyan's confusion, Xia Jinyuan explained in more detail. Because it's really unpleasant. There are plenty of code names like Jin Feng in the military. So it's because it's unpleasant. Li Jinyan glanced at him coldly. Then, he pressed the delete button on the laptop to delete the two words Jin Feng. Then, he asked him, what's the code name? Xia Jinyuan picked up a pen and wrote the two words, Qing Miao, on a piece of paper. He said, for the time being, replace it with Qing Miao. Remember to write, for the time being. Don't mess it up. She would become the Phoenix King, and in the future, Phoenix King would be her lifetime codename. Qing Miao sounded better than Jin Feng. There is a saying in Chu Ci. 9 sighs, the 3 birds fly from the south to the north. I would like to send a message to the 3 birds, but I can't get it. This was a mythical bird from ancient Chinese mythology. It had a beautiful luster and a light body. Moreover, it was the predecessor of the phoenix. The little fox hadn't used the phoenix's nirvana skill yet, so she could only use Qing Miao for now. Qing Miao indeed sounded better than Jin Feng. Li Jinyan had no objection. He quickly typed the 2 words, Qing Miao, into the computer without asking for the reason. Xia Jinyuan straightened his back, stood up, and said to him, rest early. Li Jinyan nodded. After Xia Jinyuan left, he didn't get up to rest. He organized the information in his hands one by one and sent it to the Navy headquarters. Only then did he call it a day. Li Jinyan placed his palm lightly on the computer screen. After a while, his cold eyes narrowed slightly. There was a hint of darkness in his eyes that were as deep as the sea. To repay you for training Yi Qian. His words seemed to have a deeper meaning. It was almost 1 a.m. Li Jinyan only thought about it for a while before he got up and went back to his sleeping bag to rest. No matter what the deeper meaning was, Q King had indeed helped them a lot this time. He had completed dozens of advanced individual training courses for the Special Forces. With him leading the training of the Storm Commandos, the combat standards of the entire team would definitely increase by a level. Under the leadership of Q King, the Snowfield Brigade had made a visible leap. Chapter 1569. A sniper was not only a sniper, but also a long-range and close-range assaulter. An electronic explosive technician also had to focus on breakthroughs. Even the technical soldier codenamed Z7 could become a firepower specialist. That K7 should be a medic, but his professionalism and combat skills were on par with each other. As a major in charge of the deployment, Xia Jinyuan really did try to develop the potential of every member. In his words, man is a machine. Only by operating it can one know how powerful it is. That was indeed the case. Only by operating it could everyone's potential be stimulated. The moon had already risen above the sea, and the stars were slowly fading away. Morning star flashed, signaling the arrival of a new day. Yi Qian used the fastest and most stable speed to catch up with the training progress of the 2 teams. As the only female soldier of the 2 teams, she did not receive any special attention from the beginning. She had to train according to how the team members trained. Other than sleeping a little further away, Yi Qian was no different from the male soldiers. She ate and lived the same as the male soldiers. No one took special care of her just because she was a female soldier. During training, no one raised the heavy rock in their hands higher to lessen her burden. There was never any special treatment because everyone knew that the hardship they were going through now was all for the sake of successfully completing the mission and coming back alive. After 10 days of training, the meat on Yi Qian's face that she had painstakingly put on in school was visibly thinner, making her facial features look even more exquisite and well-defined. Qing Miao, de Xia, the two of you get to the highest point closest to the beach in 10 minutes. Here. Li Jinyan spread out the combat map and started to closely plan the battle plan. After midnight, the match between the two teams began. They had only been sent to this unfamiliar island half an hour ago. The place was covered in rocks and lush with trees. Based on the military map, it was not much different from the terrain and mountains. However, this was a wrong map. The east and west directions were reversed, and the coordinates were all wrong. Looking at this wrong military map, Li Jinyan started to come up with a battle plan based on his experience. The entire island was already covered in surveillance cameras. Every member was equipped with a signal device so that the military leaders who were observing the match could keep track of the movements of all the members in real time. The Storm Commandos and the Snowfield Brigade had arrived in half an hour. The military had purposely arranged an unfamiliar island to test them more realistically and to make it more challenging. The two of you will carry out the infiltration and cleanup. The 5 of you will form a small group and cover the beach landing. Remember, no one is allowed to act alone. We must cover each other and be vigilant of each other. The 3 of you will form a team and dive into land. You will fight in a semi-encirclement. Li Jinyan was very good at commanding. He and Xia Jinyuan were like kings meeting kings. The only thing left was to see which king would win this time. As a sniper and assaulter, Yi Qian needed to carry 2 guns on her back. The assault rifle was placed in front of her chest and the sniper rifle was placed on her back. After everyone listened to Li Jinyan's battle plan, they all lay quietly in the cold seawater, waiting for midnight to arrive. In the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan spread out the military map that he had just received. When he looked at it, his face darkened. The military was indeed evil. They even intentionally gave him the wrong map. But it didn't matter. If he had the wrong map, Demon King Li would definitely have the same. Chapter 1570. Xia Jinyuan took a closer look at the map and realized that not only were the west and south directions reversed, even the coordinates were wrong. Since even these were wrong, he no longer expected this map to be of any help to them. The members of the Snowfield Brigade could still complete the battle without a map. Although the sea was the territory of the water demons, they could not blindly rely on a military map when it came to battles. He rolled up the wrong military map in his hand and was about to put it away when a wave suddenly came crashing over. Xia Jinyuan looked down and saw that the supposedly waterproof and mold-proof military map was instantly soaked. Then, the topography and landforms on the map were all dyed red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only are there mistakes, but there are also shoddy materials. I have to mention it in the report. Xia Jinyuan shook the seriously shoddy military map slightly, then carefully folded it and put it in a waterproof bag. Although it was a military map made from rice paper, it was still a map. It was not his habit to throw it away. When he wrote the report, he planned to put it in a sealed plastic bag and bind it at the end of the report, to show the higher-ups in the military how shoddy this map was. Actually, the higher-ups in the military wanted to play a harmless joke on them to lighten the atmosphere. The comrades of the Snowfield Brigade looked at the military map that died before the start of the battle, and felt that something would happen to their Q King after the competition. Based on their little understanding of him, something would definitely happen. It couldn't be helped. As long as their Q King went against the military, he would be even more petty than a woman. Ha ha ha, but they liked it. Because Q King was petty on purpose to gain benefits for the Snowfield Brigade. In the words of a major general in the army, if a swallow flew over his head, he would pluck a few of its feathers to use as a quill. We won't use the map. I'm afraid that if we use it, it will be equivalent to pushing our comrades into a fire pit. We still have some time, so let's make the best use of the time to deploy our tactics. Xia Jinyuan arranged for 4 comrades in army combat uniforms to be sentries and quickly began to make arrangements. Their Qing Miao is familiar with our fighting style, so once we find her, we must capture her alive and never give her a chance to escape. The first thing Xia Jinyuan mentioned was Yi Qian. He also told everyone how they should treat Yi Qian. The members of the Snowfield Brigade nodded. This was a must. Having a Qing Miao, who was familiar with their fighting style, in the water demon's camp was like having a bright and cold saber hanging over their necks. If the saber fell, there would definitely be blood. Capture her alive. Let's see if we can pry anything out of her mouth. You guys have seen Demon King Li's training. Of all his arrangements, he will definitely only choose the most fatal ones. As long as we know one, it will be like tearing off a piece of flesh from his body. When it came to fighting, Xia Jinyuan's entire aura changed. He was no longer that noble and elegant gentleman. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a blood-soaked Azura. That pair of deep and dark eyes were filled with a biting chill. As he spoke, Bao Rui's voice contained a sharpness that made people's hearts involuntarily revere. Q King is discussing capturing Qing Miao alive. It seems like they plan to kill as many as they can. In a temporary command center on a certain island, a group of high-ranking generals with bright gold stars on their epaulets were watching Xia Jinyuan's arrangement on the big screen. Major General Yang of the army laughed and said, Qing Miao is familiar with the fighting style of the Snowfield Brigade. Q King will not leave such a big threat alive until the end. However, Qing Miao is quite capable. Her anti-reconnaissance and reconnaissance skills have always been at the top level. She will not show herself easily and let Q King and the others capture her. Chapter 1571. The Navy commander looked at the Storm Commandos with a serious expression. His gaze was locked on them. Although it was only a competition between two teams, it reflected the combat standards of each team on the battlefield. There were 5 major events in this competition, which meant that there was one major event per day. Although this competition was not about winning or losing, it was about discovering one's own problems and gaining experience to improve one's combat standards. However, they could not lose easily. He had already read the analysis data sent by the Demon King. It clearly stated that the Storm Commandos were at a disadvantage against the Snowfield Brigade. Highlands, forests, plains, and deserts were their weaknesses. Among the water ghosts in the Storm Commandos, only Li Jinyan had completed training on the highlands. The rest of the water ghosts had not even touched the highlands. The Navy commander's mood was unusually heavy. Major General Lu's mood was equally heavy. Qing Miao was not easy to deal with. It would be difficult to capture her alive. The Snowfield Brigade likes to attack at night and sneak attacks. We have to guard against these 2 points. However, Q King knows that I'm familiar with their combat style. Based on my understanding of him, he will definitely adjust his tactics. Demon King, seizing the beach is the strength of the Storm Commandos. Let's not care about the later battles. Let's take down today's battle first. The one who spoke was Yi Qian. At this moment, she was a member of the Storm Commandos. She was not a comrade who fought alongside Xia Jinyuan and the others. Since it was a competition, there would naturally be a winner and a loser. She had read the information Li Jinyan gave her. She knew where the Storm Commandos' weaknesses were. What they needed to do now was to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. I'm in the same team as Prawn. Prawn's anti-reconnaissance ability is very strong. If something happens to me, Prawn will immediately inform everyone. If I'm unfortunate enough to become a captive, don't rush into action. The Snowfield Brigade will use me as bait to lure you in. So, if I'm captured, I'll find a way to escape myself. Li Jinyan looked at Qing Miao, who had guns on her chest and back. His thin lips curled slightly. He said calmly, "You don't look like someone who will be captured." "Thank you, Demon King, for your kind words. I definitely won't let myself become a captive, but Q King will put me first and capture me first. After all, there's still a captive plan involved. He warned me from the beginning." Yi Qian knew Xia Jinyuan very well. Both sides had yet to exchange fire and were already analyzing each other. All the water ghosts in the Storm Commandos listened very seriously. After they were done with their deployment, they checked their equipment. A water ghost pointed at the yellow firepower adapter installed on the muzzle and smiled. I have to be careful with this. The firepower is a little strong. This was an underwater rifle, but it wasn't the usual underwater rifle used for training. It was the latest underwater combat rifle developed by our country and specially assigned to the Frogman Special Forces. It was mainly used for underwater breakthroughs and beach breakthroughs. The equipment for this confrontation was pretty good, especially the supporting firepower. There were assault rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, and pistols. The communication equipment was also complete, but the most complete equipment was still the metal equipment. In short, everyone was filled with confidence when they saw the equipment. Of course, they were originally full of confidence. Qing Miao, a sniper is equivalent to the strength of 10 people. I'll leave the key point of beach breakthroughs to you. Li Jinyan handed the sniper rifle to Yi Qian, but the magazine was still in his hands. When Yi Qian took the rifle, he bent down slightly. His cold and handsome face was focused as he personally loaded the magazine. Good start. Yi Qian put the sniper rifle on his back and smiled. Good start. Chapter 1572. At midnight, an order from the military came through the wireless earpiece. The 5-day competition between the two armies had begun. Once the order was given, the members of the Storm Commandos, who were wearing black rubber diving suits, slid into the sea silently. Their hands glided lightly, and in a short while, they were several meters away, diving into their territory like devil rays. Armed swimming was the specialty of the frogmen of the Storm Commandos. Because the military map was in the opposite direction, even their landing point was in the opposite direction. Therefore, they needed to carry all their heavy equipment and complete the swim before they could reach the real spot to snatch the stalls. There's an undercurrent. Be careful. The water ghost at the front, who was in charge of scouting and exploring underwater, turned around and gestured to the back with his hand in front of the underwater searchlight, reminding his teammates to be careful of being swept away by the undercurrent. Encountering undercurrents during underwater training was the most common thing that water ghosts encountered. Regarding this, as long as they sent out a signal, everyone would have a countermeasure. The water ghosts that were about 2 meters below the sea surface quickly surfaced, adjusted themselves into groups of 3, and quickly swam through the undercurrent area. Although the rubber diving suits had anti-cold properties, they were surrounded by seawater. No matter how good their anti-cold properties were, their bodies would still feel cold after swimming for half an hour. They were still 2 nautical miles away from the landing point. Under Li Jinyan's lead, Yi Qian avoided a few submerged reefs and used his fastest speed to catch up with the team members in front of him. As the landing point for her and the water ghost codenamed Big Shrimp was different, they needed to go around the back of the island and land from the edge of the island. After swimming 2 nautical miles, Li Jinyan gestured for them to split up. He reached out his right hand, which was clenched into a fist, and lightly bumped Yi Qian's clenched fist. He made an "okay" gesture and waved at Big Shrimp. Yi Qian saw his tall and slender figure disappear from her sight in the blink of an eye like a swordfish attacking. Let's go. Big Shrimp gestured forward, indicating for Yi Qian to follow his swimming path and head to the landing point. The waves on the sea were very big. Yi Qian and Big Shrimp swam through the ink-like waves like flood dragons and arrived at their landing point at the designated time. The two of them took off their simple breathing masks and pressed their backs against the cold rock layer. They raised their heads and looked up. The underwater lights had already been turned off, so they could only rely on their eyes to estimate how far away they were from the landing point. No lower than 6 meters. Granite layer. Severe weathering cannot be ruled out. Climbing time, 1 hour. Daxia lowered his head. His chest was still heaving as he whispered to Yi Qian, there might be snipers hiding up there. It's a little mysterious. If they could think of a landing point, the Snowfield Brigade would definitely be able to think of it too. Yi Qian, who was adjusting his breathing, heard this and a sly smile flashed across his dark eyes. If there's something wrong with the military maps we've obtained, then the Snowfield Brigade will definitely have the same map as us. We'll be the first to occupy an advantageous location, which will also make them feel confused. In a battle, there would always be some falsehoods to deceive others. Both sides had already witnessed each other's valiant strength. No one would act blindly without thinking, and no one would think that they had the upper hand. If Big Prawn said it was mysterious, the Shuiyu team would think so too. The waves slapped against the rock, and the salty seawater fell into their mouths. It was so bitter and salty that their facial features contorted. Yi Qian grabbed onto the corroded black rock with both hands and used the strength of his arms to climb to the top of the island and occupy a high defensive position. On the other side, the storm commandos swam ashore and simultaneously completed the first step of infiltration. Chapter 1573. In the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan led his team members directly through the dense forest on the island. There were too many vines, and in order to not expose their movements, they couldn't use their hands to cut a path through the vines. Instead, they had to choose the right place to walk. Use the vines as ropes and descend directly. The reconnaissance team and commando team at the front quickly advanced. Since they had a good grasp of the terrain, they needed to quickly and accurately provide a route for their comrades behind them. When the 4 team members behind them heard this, 2 of them half-squatted behind them while the other 2 covered the sides so that their comrades could complete their descent quickly. Quick, 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 quick. Descend to a height of about 3.5 meters. The Snowfield Brigade's comrades who were the first to descend quickly found cover and moved forward quickly on the rocky island. Although the military gave them a reverse landing point, none of the participating team members raised any objections. Battles on the battlefield were ever-changing, and adapting to and quickly finding the right place to fight was a skill that every team member had to master. J5 climbed up a tree and landed nimbly with a few movements. He whispered, "It's a protruding, mountainous area. Let's occupy the highest point first and send 2 snipers to guard it. No one can get close within a radius of 800 meters. It's too late. Demon King Li always goes for the fatal point in a battle. He's already had his eyes on this place." Xia Jinyuan put away his binoculars and hung them around his neck. Then, his thin lips curled into a sinister and cold smile. "Qing Miao might be up there. Pigeon, White Crane, hurry forward and lock onto her position. Confirm her exact location and report to me immediately." "Yes, sir." Pigeon and White Crane accepted the order and threw the assault rifles in their hands behind their backs. They jumped up and grabbed onto the exposed tree roots that had been growing for an unknown number of years. The 2 extremely agile Special Forces soldiers disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xia Jinyuan curved his thin lips and looked at the highest point with his dark eyes. "Little fox, you have to be careful. If you get captured in a single match, I'm afraid that your dream of joining the Snowfield Brigade will have to be delayed." Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing 5-finger combat gloves, secretly clenched his fists. His heart was a little tense. There were no open areas on the island, only strange rocks and trees that were easy to hide in. Although it was easy to hide in, it was also very dangerous. When a scout from the Snowfield Brigade jumped down from a rock, his feet landed on a smooth rock covered in moss. His left foot was suddenly sprained. Fix it with a bandage first to prevent a second injury. Spray it with anti-inflammatory and analgesic spray. Let's finish tonight first. K7 became a medic. He took out bandages and sprays from the first aid kit, took off his comrades' combat boots and socks, and started to bandage the wounds. After the bandaging, the injured comrade moved his ankle. "It's done. All right, let's go, brother." J5's voice came from the earpiece. It was very low, and the sound of the waves could be heard. He was close to the beach. It was already 3:20 in the morning. 3 hours and 20 minutes later, neither side seemed to have made any progress, but the battle had already begun. Big Shark, 6:00. The sentry position is hidden. After setting up his gun, Yi Qian used the scope to observe the surroundings. After nearly an hour of observation, he saw a few leaves swaying slightly. The wind was strong on the sea, so it was normal for the leaves to sway. What was abnormal was that the leaves were all tightly packed together. Chapter 1574. Yi Qian, who had discovered the situation, reminded the storm commandos in a low voice. She began to adjust her sights, prepare for cover, and complete the sniping. She needed to maintain the consistency of her short-range and long-range shooting, so she would need to adjust her sights occasionally. The water ghosts of the storm commandos had successfully reached the beach and began to advance into the island. After being reminded, the great merman who had discovered the sentry post avoided the enemy's line of sight and went around the side to outflank them. At 3:30 in the morning, a comrade of the Snowfield Brigade was ambushed by 2 members of the Storm Commandos and was unfortunately killed. With a good start, the Marine commander let out a long sigh of relief. With a good start, he was finally able to catch his breath. The sound of empty bullets began to ring in the air above the island. Knowing that one of their comrades had died, the Snowland team quickly took care of a water ghost that was lurking in the dark. Very good, within 5 minutes, both sides were tied. The Major General of the army also let out a sigh of relief. It was not bad to be able to win a round in 5 minutes. Li Jinyan's cold voice reached everyone's ears. They've entered the attack range. 2 teams in a team, move forward alternately. During the night battle, they could focus on ambushes and sneak attacks. Using such tactics would yield good results. Although they had sufficient firepower in this match, modern equipment did not even have infrared sensors other than communication devices. They only had night vision goggles to make it easier for them to walk without falling. Therefore, they relied on their eyes and ears to receive dangerous information from the outside world, and they could quickly turn danger into safety. Xia Jinyuan sat directly on a rock, looking very domineering. He was waiting for the scout to come back with a reply, and then he would confirm the specific mission of the Storm Commandos. The military map was wrong, and the missions of both sides were unclear. In a match without a clear goal, Xia Jinyuan waited patiently with a gun in his arms. His beast-like eyes were shining with excitement. Fighting a match where both sides did not know what the final outcome would be was indeed more challenging than having a clear mission, a clear location, and a clear target to attack. That was because the entire process required one to fight while fumbling around. Whoever figured out their mission first and the other party's mission would be able to deploy in advance and seize the opportunity. Team A is 700 meters away from Team B's target. In the command room, the technician operated the computer and double-clicked on the war zone to enlarge it. On the big screen, an abandoned 3-story building appeared. The Storm Commandos needed to occupy this building in order to win the competition. The Navy commander looked at the Major General sitting beside him and sighed in admiration. The nation's sharp blade really lives up to its name. They found the base so quickly. Once they found the base, they could start defending and attacking. The Storm Commandos would have to use brute force to attack. Both sides entered from different places. If Team A still hasn't discovered the situation, I'll consider whether to remove the Q King's position. 3 hours and 40 minutes have passed. If both sides don't even know what they're guarding, I'll have to apologize to the country. Among the technicians, Group A was the Snowfield Brigade, while Group B was the Amphibious Frogman Assault Team. 5 minutes later, Xia Jinyuan suddenly jumped down from the rock like a leopard. Then he rushed into the night and entered the forest with intertwined branches. Chapter 1575. The members of the Snowfield Brigade had arrived in front of a dilapidated building that looked no different from a haunted house. It was unknown how long it had been built. The outer walls were covered with vines and vegetation. The walls were peeling and some of them had even collapsed. Z7, who was close to the wall, used his finger to dig at it. A large piece of the wall was easily plucked out by him and instantly turned into pieces. Q King, this is the position we need to cover, right? Yes, that's about it. Okay, I need to know the internal structure of the entire building in 5 minutes. Xia Jinyuan looked up at the abandoned building. It was really well hidden. It was actually built at the lowest point of the entire island. It was 3 stories high. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't even know it was there at night. He looked down at the time and said, "The countdown starts now. Come back in 5 minutes." He didn't even need to divide the work. Some stayed behind to keep watch, some to ambush, and some to scout. Soon, they started moving. Occasionally, the members' voices could be heard through the earpiece, reporting the situation on their side. Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "We found a shelter. It's 3 stories high and dangerous. The 6 of you will guard outside while the rest of us will guard inside. Whoever is sacrificed, stay aside and think about your life. Also, think about what I'll do to you." The threat was self-evident. Although there were good benefits to following their captain, it was also stressful. That night, there were no stars in the sky. The weather on the sea was always changing. One second, the moon might be cold and the stars sparse. The next second, it might be dark clouds, followed by heavy rain accompanied by thunder and lightning. The 6 members of the Snowfield Brigade who were sent outside deliberately misled the water ghosts of the storm commandos into thinking that they were all wandering in the forest and didn't dare to show their faces. However, Xia Jinyuan didn't think that this trick would fool Li Jinyan. Then, he immediately contacted Bai He and Pigeon who were sent to scout out Yi Qian's location. "How's the situation on your side? Have you found the exact location?" White Crane did not reply. Instead, it was Pigeon who replied in a low voice, "Q King, White Crane has died in battle. Right now, he's holding up his gun as a silent punishment. Sigh, Qing Miao's long-range sniping is a little too far. What kind of sniper rifle is she using? I reckon it's over 800 meters away. It's quite fast. Let him squat for 2 hours." Xia Jinyuan's voice was heard almost as soon as the Pigeon's voice fell. His tone was calm and he did not seem surprised at all, as if he had heard something very normal. Pigeon glanced at her pitiful comrade who had been sniped, and her expression became even more solemn. "Q King, Qing Miao has also stalled me. I'm afraid that the Demon King already knows about your stalling tactic. I didn't think that I would be able to hide it from him for long. For me, every minute counts." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. He was happy for Yi Qian's performance, but also a little disappointed. He also wanted to fight side by side with her. He then ordered Pigeon, "Stay calm before retreating. Be careful that she doesn't have any blind spots. Also, tell White Crane not to be surprised that he was sniped by Qing Miao. Her sniping skills have surpassed mine, so it's normal for her to snipe White Crane. As for you, be careful. Qing Miao is very patient. She can hide in the desert for a day and a night. As long as the sand doesn't cover her body and she doesn't get buried alive, she won't move. She also won't let go of her next target. So, do as you see fit. If you're really killed by her, White Crane will have a companion." Chapter 1576. Pigeon was speechless. He was stunned. Her sniping skills were even better than Q King, who was also a sniper. Why didn't he and White Crane ask Q King more about her situation? Xia Jinyuan did not have the time to care about his comrade's complicated thoughts. After cutting off the communication, he glanced in the direction of Yi Qian. There was a hint of gentleness in his cold, handsome face. His unyielding tenderness bloomed only for Yi Qian. He would not be surprised if even Pigeon was killed by the sniper. To him, this was a very normal thing because he understood Qing Miao Yi Qian's capabilities. Snipers needed to constantly practice and master new skills. In order to support her superior's unit, she needed to be able to fight in any environment and cooperate with any unit that needed her cooperation. Yi Qian was very talented and had trained with Demon King Li before. It could be said that the two of them had developed a basic level of tacit understanding. Now that her identity had changed to that of a water ghost, she did not need any buffer time and could directly engage in combat. Previously, when she came over from school, he was worried that she would not be able to keep up with the pace of the two teams' training. After only half a day, he knew that his worries were unnecessary. The military required a sniper's physical and mental strength to be extremely high. She needed to be able to use her unique skills in any environment. Once she entered an island on the sea and received sniping instructions, she would be able to quickly enter her best state. Yi Qian had an extremely high level of rapid scanning ability. She could quickly check if there were any signs of enemy activity in the area. If it was daytime, she would be able to know if there were any signs of enemy activity in the sniper's hiding spot in less than 30 seconds. But at night, she would definitely observe carefully as she walked. Once she was well hidden, she would carefully observe her surroundings through her scope. Her super strong memory allowed her to remember every single blade of grass and tree that she saw. The next time she observed something, she would know that there was something wrong. Once she noticed that something was wrong, Yi Qian would not hesitate to take action. Now, whether Pigeon could escape from the sniper's muzzle would depend on her own abilities. In the Storm Commandos, Prawn had already reported Yi Qian's situation to Li Jinyan. His tone was full of admiration. Very impressive. Even in the complicated mountainous terrain, she was able to complete an accurate long-range snipe of 800 meters, directly taking out a member of the Snowfield Brigade who tried to approach our territory. There's no need to occupy it. After Li Jinyan heard this, he gave a new order to Yi Qian and Daxia. Q King is trying to mislead the public. Only a few members are active on the island. Seizing the beach is not our focus. If that was the main point, there should have been a firefight when they entered the island, but there was no firefight. There were only sporadic sounds. Yi Qian, who had not taken his eyes off the scope, joined in the conversation. It matches Q King's fighting style. Over. There should be another target. Where was it? After saying that, Yi Qian checked the entire area she was in charge of again. She first scanned the area from left to right, then from right to left, so that her vision could cover the entire area quickly to avoid missing any spots. After finding no problems, she did another full scan. She focused on dividing the area she had completed her previous snipe by the system. Starting from her line of defense, she divided the entire area into 3 sections, left, center, and right. Each section was scanned to a depth of about 55 yards. Chapter 1577. Regardless of whether Yi Qian had seen the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces before or not, they were like a towering snowy mountain that was difficult to climb, and so was their strength. To be honest, having a match with them was even more exciting than becoming their comrade in arms and fighting alongside them. Yi Qian gripped the butt of her sniper rifle. Hidden in the dark, her beautiful face was cold and calm. After quickly completing her first sniping, she did not immediately get up and move to the next sniping spot because there was no need for her to leave her position now. The reason was simple. She was the hunter, and her teammates from the Snowfield Brigade were the prey under her gun. Due to the fast reaction of the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces, Yi Qian did not pause for long. She only moved her sniper rifle very slightly to complete a full scan. After scanning from close range, to medium range, and to long range, she finally aimed at the medium range and completed her scan from the left and right of the medium range. She had to be careful and complete her search without missing any details in the area she had locked onto. Finally, she found something strange when she was about 50 meters away from the first sniping target. Yi Qian smiled faintly, like a red plum blossom blooming in the snowy wind. It was so beautiful that it was dazzling, but also so cold that it was frightening. Yi Qian adjusted her scope and held her breath. She did not immediately shoot. She needed to use her off-center vision to achieve accurate sniping. At night, the structure of the eye was different from during the day. During the day, she used the middle part of the pupil, while at night, she used the outer part of the pupil. Only by using the off-center vision could she complete her sniping. She was about 5.2 inches away from the center of her sight. Yi Qian did not hesitate and pulled the trigger to complete another sniping shot. Bang! The sound of the gunshot rang out, and the seabirds that had finally returned to their nests were startled once again. The pigeon immediately covered its chest and fell backwards, pretending to be dead. At the same time, it contacted Xia Jinyuan. Q King, I'm dead. The lonely white crane finally has a companion. Xia Jinyuan did not answer and directly cut off the communication with the pigeon. Faced with the heartless abandonment of the pigeons, he turned off his signal device and walked to White Crane, who had been squatting with his gun raised for almost an hour. When he saw how his comrade was squatting, the corner of his mouth twitched. After a long while, he sighed and said, "Brother, the way you squat is a bit like the way you squat with constipation. It's not very elegant." Bai He, who had died an hour earlier, glanced at his comrade who didn't even speak elegantly, and said indifferently, "Those who resist will be punished severely, but those who confess will be lenient. Now, it's a little uncomfortable to be squatted down." When Q King sees this, his anger will subside a little. I couldn't tell that he was angry. I didn't contact him before he died. He told me directly that it was normal for the two of us to be attacked by Qingmiao. The pigeon found a flatter spot to squat down and told White Crane everything that Xia Jinyuan had told him. Qingmiao's sniping skills have already surpassed Q King's. It is indeed normal for the two of us to be sniped. Back then, when Q King came to our brigade to challenge us, he used a submachine gun and a sniper rifle to wipe out all 4 of our squads. He even killed 8 of our brothers with the sniper rifle in his hand. Now, he says that Qingmiao is even better than him. White Crane, Qingmiao's skills are really terrifying. Q King killed 8 of our brothers during the day, but Qingmiao killed the 2 of us within an hour at night. Q King said that her sniping skills have surpassed his, and it's true. Most importantly, she's even younger than Q King at that time. Chapter 1578. Bai He was silent for a long time before he said, "Qingmiao is indeed very strong. I've already experienced it. As long as she's willing to join our brigade, there will definitely be a place for her in our brigade." Bai He then said with a smile in his voice, "Now that a female soldier has joined the brigade, a talented and beautiful female soldier, the brigade will be lively in the future. I don't have to look at you old faces after training every day. I can go back and look at my Qingmiao every day and relax my body and mind." Pigeon immediately retorted, "I'm tired of looking at your old faces. I can go back and look at my Qingmiao every day and relax my body and mind." On the other side, Xia Jinyuan, who was about to contact his 2 dead comrades, happened to hear this and a cold look flashed across his eyes. The competition had only started for less than 5 hours, and the 2 of them had been sniped and killed. Instead of reflecting on themselves, they were even chatting about things unrelated to training. As veterans, when did their self-awareness become so poor? Qingmiao is very strong, but don't they know how to reflect on themselves and realize that they're not as strong as others? Sounds like you guys are having a good chat. His cold voice came through their earpieces. Pigeon and Bai He, who were chatting happily, were caught red-handed talking to Q King, who was younger than them. Their calves and stomachs began to tremble. Oh no, they wanted to say that they were going to atone for their crimes. Now, they could only hope that their punishment would not be increased. And you wanted to say that the weather is going to change. You too should find a place to hide from the rain. Now, it seems like there's no need to hide from the rain. Continue standing. Xia Jinyuan felt that he shouldn't be too kind. If he was too kind, it would be easy to get into trouble. It's 4:30 in the morning now. Stand until 5:30 in the morning. Is there a problem? Realizing that they had made a mistake, the 2 of them immediately answered, "No." Very good. Raise your guns and stand in the horse stance until 5:30 in the morning. I want you to reflect on your actions. When it came to combat, Xia Jinyuan had always been ruthless. He was not as casual as he usually was. He always knew when to do what. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the captain of the Snowfield Brigade, and the youngest captain in history. The startled seabirds returned to their nests. Dark clouds seemed to be sweeping across the inky sky. Yi Qian and Daxia quickly descended from the highest point. She turned her head to look at the sea and frowned slightly. The weather has changed. Fighting in bad weather would be even more difficult due to the environment. It all depended on how their comrades dealt with it. Even though it was only a spar and not a competition of victory or defeat, it would still be embarrassing if he lost. It's very common for the weather to change at sea. It also makes it easier for snipers to hide. After continuously sniping 2 members of the Snowfield Brigade for an hour and 5 minutes, Daxia was impressed by Qingmiao. He jumped down from the rock and supported himself with one hand. He smiled at Yi Qian, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. This weather is the best weather for us water ghosts to fight in. The Major General of the army thought so too. Seeing that 2 of his generals had been sniped in one go, the Major General's eyes darkened. He asked the technician, who was the one who fired just now. Reporting, Team B Qing Miao, the technician immediately replied. The technician answered immediately and zoomed in on the location where Yi Jian was hiding at that time so that the leaders could know more details. After measuring the distance, the first sniper target was 802 meters, and the second sniper target was 852 meters. The sniper rifle she used was accurate and had a range of 600 meters. The maximum range was 3,700 meters. Chapter 1579. The Major General of the army was stunned for a moment. So, the 2 Special Forces soldiers under his command were killed by another Special Forces soldier that he had temporarily sent out? Suddenly, the Major General of the army didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the hell was this? The younger generation will surpass us in time. Qing Miao's strength is indeed amazing. The Navy commander couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He joked with the Major General of the army again. It seems that I have to consider recruiting a group of female frogmen, and then list Qing Miao as the first talent to recruit. The Major General of the army laughed heartily. Although his face was thin and his hair was weathered by the years, his hale and hearty eyes that were full of majesty made him look particularly young. He looked at the Navy commander who was making fun of him and sighed, "Don't even think about it. It's definitely impossible. This is a soldier that we have been waiting for 4 or 5 years. It was not easy to train her into a talent. How can I let you take advantage of her?" Ha ha ha, I do want to take advantage of her, but Qing Miao's intention is not here. Even if I want to take advantage of her, there is no chance for me to take advantage of her. The atmosphere in the command room had been tense before. The 2 senior generals joked with each other, and the low pressure made the tense atmosphere a lot less tense. It didn't last long. As the battle went deeper, the 2 senior generals seriously discussed the advantages and disadvantages of the 2 teams. The torrential rain hit at 5:05. The heavy rain swept across the entire island with the wind, blowing the trees to the side as if they were about to be uprooted. The stormy waves that were several meters high slammed against the shore, as if there was a dragon under the water that was going to swallow the entire island with the huge waves. The tornado came from the horizon of the sea with the power of nature. It moved from the sea to the shore and then to the island, bringing about a devastating and terrifying disaster. J5, please answer if you hear me. J5, please answer if you hear me. Xia Jinyuan, with a tense expression, called out to J5 who was closest to the beach. With rainwater dripping down his face, he moved forward quickly and kept calling out to J5. As the storm hit, J5 only said one sentence in the channel: "A tornado is coming. Brothers, be careful." Then it suddenly cut off, leaving only the buzzing sound of the radio waves. No matter how much Xia Jinyuan called, there was no response from J5. He immediately ordered the channel: "J5's situation is unclear. Eagle, Sparrow Hawk, support J5. 50% were captured, 50% were knocked out by the waves." Roger. 2 robust voices were heard. Then, 2 shadows of almost the same height and body shape dashed out of nowhere, braving the torrential rain to rush out for several meters. It was only the first day of the tournament, but it was already extremely difficult. Out of the 6 members of the Storm Commando sent by the Shuiyu Brigade, 3 of them were killed and 1 of them was missing. Standing in the heavy rain, Xia Jinyuan stared at the dark clouds in front of him. A cold smile gradually appeared on his face. Tornadoes came from the east and west of the island, bringing disaster to the island and breakfast to the water ghosts. They cut open the stomach of a sea fish with a dagger and dug out its innards. They rinsed the innards in the rainwater and put them in their mouths to chew. Yi Qian picked up a squid. She ate it gently, cutting it into strips before chewing. Beside her, Big Prawn, who was watching her eat, couldn't help but laugh. "Put a few strips in a Ziploc bag. We'll have it for lunch. Chapter 1580. They rested temporarily under a rock to replenish their energy. The two of them happened to be outside of the tornado. Once the tornado passed, they would have breakfast. Yi Qian really did grab a few fish and put them in a sealed bag. He then cut them into slices and put them in. After wiping away the traces, he walked with Prawn to the rendezvous point. They needed to meet up with the rest of the team. The sky was already bright, and they could see the dark clouds above the sea clearly, as if they were going to merge with the sea. The rain was so dense that it was like a net, and it never stopped. The leaves were crackling under the rain, which covered the sound of movement very well. At 7:00 in the morning, 2 members of the Storm Commandos were assassinated and even their guns were taken. In terms of numbers, the two sides were once again tied, but from a tactical point of view, the 2 members were obviously killed by a close-range sneak attack. The Snowfield Brigade was good at sneak attacks. Li Jinyan took the fish that Prawn handed over and slowly chewed on it before saying, "Don't worry, we still have their captives." The captive J5 was also eating seafood. He was treated well, and he didn't even need to deal with it himself. "I'm the same as you guys, I don't know anything. If you capture me, based on my understanding of Q King, I'd love for you to get rid of me so that he won't be angry." J5 used to be an instructor. He was so eloquent that he could escape with his mouth. Even if he was captured, he wasn't in a hurry and could even talk to them with a smile. Yi Qian knew that J5 had once used his mouth to escape from danger. His eyes were full of pity. He really didn't understand the Devil King. Now that he had become his captive, it would be difficult for him to escape. Li Jinyan looked at him calmly and said to the water ghost who was feeding him fish, "Feed him until he's full. Don't let Q King think that we're harsh on our captives." This sentence didn't sound wrong at all, but for some reason, J5 felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being targeted by a vicious beast. He suddenly felt a sense of danger. The wind and rain made visibility quite low, but this was nothing to the water ghosts. They had changed into jungle camouflage combat uniforms upon landing. Even though they knew that there was danger ahead, they were still fearless and continued to advance. The 2 scouts sent news that there was movement in an abandoned building. They were requesting the Devil King's instructions. This news lifted the spirits of the entire Storm Commandos. Needless to say, this was definitely their target. "Give the order the Storm Commandos to take down the occupied building before 12:00. The command center issued the order of the Marine Commander. The originally calm eyes of the Storm Commandos who received the order suddenly burst out with wolf-like gazes. They all stared at the Demon King. Seeing this, J5's expression changed. The Water Ghoul team was about to engage in a great battle. This. All of them were pinching him to death. After training together for so long, it wasn't that they didn't know the Demon King's strength, but they only knew how strong the Demon King was after seeing his commanding ability. "Sniper. I don't need you to snipe too many targets. Open up a gap for me." Li Jinyan used a rock as a target building. He held a tree branch in his hand and began to deploy. "The 3 of you, complete the blast. Block their retreat." Chapter 1581. Li Jinyan, codenamed Demon King, was an expert in close and long-range combat. His skills were excellent, and he was especially good at commanding. His goal was to annihilate the enemy. His fighting style was tough, and he did not give the enemy a chance to counterattack. Li Jinyan left a deep impression on Yi Qian once again. Moreover, Demon King Li's strictness was beyond her imagination. Because they did not have a battle map, although the scouts had explored the abandoned building in front of them, they had not investigated the surrounding environment in detail. In order to make the arrangements more detailed, he ordered 2 more scouts to quickly get a general understanding of the terrain around the building. They had to take down the building before 12, and it was already 8:17. Now that they knew the mission, Li Jinyan was not in a hurry. He first went through all the arrangements in his mind, and then gave them one by one. He was the battle commander in the competition. Only by making the battle arrangements in advance could he be clear about everyone's mission. Never fight a battle that you are not confident in. That was Li Jinmian's motto. The water ghosts were not in a hurry. They patiently waited for news from the front. Yi Qian had always been patient. While waiting quietly, she leaned against a rock and closed her eyes to rest. The rain was so heavy, but she was still able to calm down and rest. Li Jinmian could not help but look at her a few more times. There was a faint, inexplicable darkness in his cold eyes. Qing Miao, able to endure hardships, stronger and more resilient than he had imagined. She was a very outstanding female soldier. He did not look at her for too long. After looking at her a few more times, Li Jinmian moved his gaze away and contacted his team members who were also fighting on the periphery. Demon King, one of our brothers died. 2 people from the Snowfield Brigade died, and 1 was bitten to death. Both sides did not show up easily. The big shark reported the situation of their battle on the periphery. Like Xia Jinyuan, Li Jinmian would not gather all his team members. He would split a small team to eliminate the smoke bomb team that Xia Jinyuan had released. Both Li Jinmian and Xia Jinyuan received the report from the Great Mermaid. So far, they had 1 more casualty than Xia Jinyuan. The strength of the 2 teams was already quite strong. Now, there was only 1 difference in the number of deaths. The Major General of the Army and the Commander of the Navy discussed and analyzed. In addition to the analysis of other generals, they estimated that the Storm Commandos had a chance of winning, but they would have to pay a high price. The advantage of the Storm Commandos was that they were familiar with fighting on the island in such strong winds and heavy rain, and they could quickly make advantageous judgments based on their experience. The Snowfield Brigade, on the other hand, was tenacious and had rich combat experience. Although they were fighting on the sea, they were still grounded. To them, it was no different from fighting in the mountains. The only thing that made them inferior to the Storm Commandos was that they were not familiar with the island's environment. In the future, we should have such a competition once a year. Only then can we advance together and encourage each other. Major General Cheng Ken reflected on their shortcomings and pointed out their shortcomings. All this time, we've never focused on fighting on the sea and focused on fighting on land. This is a huge mistake. When he returned, he would apply for a sum of military funds for the Snowfield Brigade from the military headquarters to be used for fighting in various regions. The commander of the Navy nodded in agreement and said earnestly, "You're right. This kind of competition should be held once a year. Only then can we not be blinded by what we see. Only then can we constantly discover new problems and improve." Chapter 1582. Why was there a need to carry out normal military preparations, drills, and confrontations between different types of soldiers? Firstly, it was because they were afraid that if the peace lasted too long, the soldiers' bloodlust would fade and they would think that they were real soldiers after just 1 round of training. Secondly, there was a need to constantly innovate and improve. They had to constantly discover new problems and improve the soldiers' ability to fight on the battlefield. As the saying went, those who love to fight will die, those who forget to fight will be in danger. If they did not fight, did not practice, and did not engage in confrontations between different types of soldiers, they would only guard their own fields every day. It was all for show. If the enemy attacked, the entire army would be wiped out. The soldiers were the guardians of a country. If even the guardians became vegetarians, what awaited the country would be destruction. As special forces, they were the sharpest sword of the country. They were the sword that could turn the tide at critical times. If even they were unable to see the big picture, there was no need for the country to attack. They would be digging their own graves. After seeing the shortcomings of each other's teams, the 2 senior generals understood what kind of targeted training plans they had to arrange in the future. The battle situation changed on the big screen. Team B ambushed a member of Team A, and then Team A directly entered Team B's defensive zone to launch a sneak attack. No one could take advantage of the other, and no one would end up well. The Storm Commandos scouts brought back news at 9:30. Li Jinmian's battle deployment was even more meticulous. Split into 5 sectors. 3 teams will be responsible for clearing out their own sectors. The 7-shaped building had a team in the front, back, and middle sections. One team would be at the back, and the other team would block the retreat. The Demon King's ruthlessness could be seen from his tactical deployment. This was a man who was equally ruthless and steady in battle. He was on par with Captain Xia. Yi Qian listened attentively until Li Jinyan pointed at her. "Qing Miao, the 2 of us will be the first to enter within 1 kilometer of the target. I will scout, and you will complete the breakthrough." "Okay." Yi Qian nodded. This time, she was not the only sniper. There was another sniper who went around the back of the building to intercept them. Demon King Li's plan was very clear. He would press everyone into the urn and fight until there was no one left on both sides or no bullets left. J5's face was extremely solemn when he heard this. The Demon King's battle was very stable, so stable that no one could find a single flaw. He was a little worried for his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade. It was exciting to meet such an opponent. Unfortunately, he had been captured. What awaited him was still unknown. There was no need to wait any longer now that there was a thorough deployment. Escorting the captive, J5 shuttled through the dense rain like a net, advancing towards their destination. The rain showed no signs of stopping. The phantoms on the island started to move closer to the abandoned building. Yi Qian and Li Jinyan were faster than the other members. The 2 of them covered each other and braved the heavy rain to get within 1 kilometer of the target. Using a pair of binoculars disguised as leaves, Li Jinyan carefully observed the building that was less than a kilometer away. After he finished observing, he bent down and gestured for Yi Qian to crouch down. His slender fingers, which were wearing combat gloves, directly divided the ground into various regions. He pointed at one of the regions and said, "This is their escape route. This is a breakthrough point. You are responsible for tearing it open. Come and take a look at their terrain." Yi Qian took the binoculars from him. After she finished observing the terrain, she pointed at the region that she was responsible for breaking through. "I will hide here. This is a turning point in the crossfire between the 2 sides. I can attack and provide cover." Chapter 1583. The island's environment was complicated and the rain was heavy, which provided her with a lot of hiding spots. This spot could be used for both attack and cover, and it was also convenient for her to change positions quickly. This was also the spot that Li Jinyan was optimistic about. Seeing that she pointed it out so quickly, there was a hint of appreciation in his cold eyes. "Okay, I'll wait for your news." At 10:00 sharp, the members of the Storm Commandos all went into battle. Yi Qian did not approach directly like they did. She fought alone and carried out a sniper operation. Therefore, while maintaining contact with the water ghosts, she reached the spot that Li Jinyan had agreed on with her. This spot could be used for both attack and cover, and it was a sniping spot with a wide field of vision. Sniper Qing Miao in position. Over. After sending her position and coordinates, Yi Qian began to aim her gun at the bottom of the building, waiting for the water ghosts to arrive so that they could finish the battle together. The comrade in charge of reconnaissance noticed the situation and reported that the water ghosts of the Storm Commandos were approaching them. Xia Jinyuan immediately said to Ing Ke and Xiao Ying, "You 2 work with G3 to attack the periphery." There were originally 6 comrades in arms moving around the periphery, but only G3 was left. With Ing Ke and Xiao Ying, who were good at shooting, providing support, Xia Jinyuan was very calm. The 2 special forces of the country were fully engaged in battle. The water ghosts directly sneaked into the building and started to kill. Yi Qian was even faster, aiming at the entrance on her side to complete the mission that Li Jinyan had given her. The big screen in the command room showed the situation of the battle between the 2 forces. All the data was analyzed by the technical staff so that the senior generals in the command room could understand it in time and send the data to the military headquarters in time. In the military headquarters, General Xia placed his hands on the conference table quietly. His eyes were fixed on the data on the projection screen and the situation of the battle between the 2 forces. There were not many generals in the conference room. Other than the 3 senior generals in military uniforms, the leader that Yi Qian had accompanied before was also present. Beside the leader sat a dignified leader in casual clothes. This was the country's highest leader. He attached great importance to the battle between the two forces of the country and arrived at the military headquarters at 7:00 in the morning to watch. The combat standards of these two groups are very strong. However, Group B is obviously more suited for naval combat and can accurately find the Mingmen. Group A's counterattack is strong. Not bad, to be able to remain so calm in someone else's territory. It's clear that their combat skills are above average. China's highest leader gave a very high evaluation of this confrontation. Although he was serious throughout the whole process, his gaze was very gentle. Although the invisible pressure was still there, it could be seen that the highest leader was quite satisfied with this day's confrontation. When the leader saw the last scene, he couldn't help but point at the screen and ask Commander-in-Chief Xia with uncertainty, "Lieutenant General, this soldier is a female soldier, right?" "Yes, she is a military student from the National University of Science and Technology. She is currently in her first year. Her code name is Qing Niao for this operation." Commander-in-Chief Xia replied calmly and said admiringly, "She's a very outstanding female soldier. If there are no accidents, she will also become a soldier who will go abroad to participate in the competition next year. She is also the only female soldier who will participate in this battle." Yi Qian was outstanding, even more outstanding than that rascal of a son of his. Her excellence was not only seen by him, but also by the people in the room. To be fair, Yi Qian was worthy of praise. An orphan, a child without roots, since she was so outstanding, he would give her a good wind and hope that she could soar to the top. Chapter 1584. Yi Qian's vigorous and fearless figure appeared on the projection screen. When the Storm Brigade broke through the Snowfield Brigade's defensive line, Yi Qian switched out his sniper rifle for an assault rifle. In the heavy rain, even though it hurt when the rain fell on her body, and her body was so cold that it felt like her blood had frozen, she was still able to aim and protect her comrades as they attacked. Over there were comrades who had charged forward without a care for their own lives. Over there were people who had died. It was as if they had stepped over their bodies to enter. Over there, she saw the cruelty of war and the sorrow of blood and tears. The rapid sound of bullets could be heard amidst the rain. The signal device that signaled the death of a soldier let out a long and rapid beep. This made Yi Qian's expression turn colder and colder. This was a competition, but it was also a war. Her bullets were fired to protect the lives of her comrades. Her mission was to protect the lives of her comrades. Why did she appear here? Because she was a soldier. She shouldered the mission of a soldier, the sacred mission of fighting to protect her country. Their country had risen, and behind its rise was a strong military force. They had the new weapons that had appeared during the celebration, as well as millions of soldiers who were protecting their country. This was a country that had risen. She was a soldier of this country, a soldier who fought for glory. At this moment, Yi Qian was like a cold unsheathed sword. Wherever the sword pointed, it would be invincible. In the end, not many members of the Storm Commandos managed to enter the 3-story building. In the end, there were only 8 of them. But the Snowfield Brigade wasn't any better. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan were both ruthless soldiers. Even though their combat zone was limited to the 3-story building, the Storm Brigade couldn't advance any further, and the Snowfield Brigade couldn't go up or down either. Above them was the open roof. Outside, there was Yi Qian's suppressive fire. Below, the Storm Commandos' water demons appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Those who couldn't avoid being shot were shot from behind. Qing Niao's firepower is strong. It's all lethal suppression. Take a muzzle and aim it at her. The Snowfield Brigade had been suppressed by Yi Qian twice when they tried to charge up the hill. There was no way for them to charge out. The ability of a sniper was terrifying. They could cause serious and far-reaching damage to a small or large formation, or even an entire military area. They could cause great damage to a unit, and sometimes even destroy an elite unit. This was definitely not an exaggeration, but an indisputable fact. With her superb marksmanship, she could even go up against an armored unit. It seems that the last time I worked with her, she didn't display her full potential. K7 said in a low voice. He had almost been hit as well. If Q King hadn't pulled him back, he would have been one of the casualties. The Snowfield Brigade member codenamed Eagle had his back against the mottled wall. He raised his assault rifle and fired a volley of shots outside. Then, he quickly returned to his original position and crouched down. He said to K7, "If we don't kill the sniper outside, we won't be able to get out." Not to mention an armored unit, with her accuracy, even large equipment would be turned into a sieve by her. Another Snowfield Brigade member finished suppressing the enemy. He wiped the rainwater off his face and said in a low voice, "It's difficult. We still don't know where she is hiding." A sniper had fired multiple shots. She had fired so many shots that no one knew where she was hiding. This ability was enough to make people fear her. Chapter 1585. As for why they said that even an armored vehicle could be destroyed by a sniper, they weren't just making an analogy to describe how powerful the sniper was. If a sniper were to fight against an armored vehicle, such as a tank, people who didn't know better would think that a sniper wouldn't be able to defeat a tank. If they had such a thought, they would be gravely mistaken. Today's tanks relied on computers and optical equipment, but to a sniper, these were suitable targets. As long as a sniper targeted a tank, the tank would be destroyed by the sniper. The reason why Headmaster Chen was able to become the Soldier King of that era had a lot to do with his superb marksmanship. As for him, before he retired from the army, he had also trained a group of outstanding snipers. It was a pity that he had retired in a hurry, leaving behind too many regrets. Fortunately, his regrets didn't last forever. He trained Yi Qian to be an excellent sniper. Even though Yi Qian was still young, with Principal Chen's guidance and her own hard work, her sniping skills had reached a level where no matter how good the enemy was at hiding, she could still kill with one shot when she was in stealth mode or lying down. This was Yi Qian's ability. It could be said that no one in the entire Snowfield Brigade could surpass her. She could feel the reaction of the bullet when she held the gun, and she could even see the 4D dynamic anatomy of the gun in her mind. This kind of unique talent wasn't something that everyone had. If Yi Qian were to fight against a small or large squad, she wouldn't have any problems. Xia Jinyuan listened to the conversation of his comrades and felt an indescribable sense of pride. "Little fox, I said that you would definitely become an excellent soldier. Look, you haven't even joined the Snowfield Brigade yet, but my comrades are already praising you." He wiped the rain off his face. His eyes were filled with the wildness of a wild wolf. He looked at the time and said to K7, "There are still 5 minutes until midnight. Don't even think about winning, but it was a good fight. Fighting with Demon King Li again, it was a good fight. It was too good, the joy of meeting a strong opponent and killing them." K7, who was usually expressionless, had a carefree expression on his face. He nodded and said, "There are still 4 days left. The best is yet to come. I'm looking forward to going up against Qingniao." "That's awesome." This time, it was different from the kind of continuous matches where once you died, you couldn't return to the battlefield. This was a match that was split into stages and subjects. The members who died on the first day would return to the team the next day to complete the next match. That was why K7 said the best part was yet to come. The military's highest-ranking leader who had been observing all this time saw this and spoke again. "The female soldiers showed the bravery of soldiers earlier than the male soldiers. They have a sense of righteousness and are not afraid of sacrifice. The National University of Science and Technology has always been the cradle for cultivating the new generation of military officers in our country. Such female soldiers did not disgrace the school and have won glory for the school. There was no mention of winning glory for the country. The top leaders did not know that Yi Qian had carried out a mission before. However, they admired Yi Qian's state of mind. She did not treat this match as a competition. Instead, she treated it as a real battlefield filled with smoke and flames of war. Every bullet she fired was to protect her comrades and the country's leaders behind her. A female soldier from the National University of Science and Technology with the code name Qingniao. Not bad. The Navy's commander personally received Yi Qian's call and told her personally, Qing Miao, the country's highest-ranking leader has given you extremely high praise for your combat skills. He has also called for all female soldiers to follow your example and learn from you. Chapter 1586. Just as the high-ranking generals had predicted, the Storm team won the match. There were still 41 seconds left before midnight. But just as the generals had predicted, even though they won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. The Snowfield Brigade was a pack of wolves from the depths of the snowy region. They had a strong and unbreakable tacit understanding and absolute obedience. They also fought as one and were ruthless enough to not let go of their opponents. Fighting on the sea was their weakness. If they had fought in the mountains, forests, plateaus, plains, or deserts, it would have been very difficult for the Storm Amphibious Assault Team to achieve victory. Of course, this didn't mean that the Storm Amphibious Assault Team couldn't do it. They had been established in June last year, and under the leadership of Demon King Li, they could still fight with the Snowfield Brigade for a few hours and win in the end. This was enough to prove how successful Demon King Li's training and commanding were. If they had been established a few years earlier, then today's competition would have been even more exciting and exciting. When Yi Qian, who was talking to the Navy commander, heard this, Yi Qian, whose clothes were so wet that there wasn't a single spot on his body that was dry, stood up straight. Facing praise from the country's highest leader, he was definitely emotional. However, his voice was still steady as he replied calmly, "This is what I should do because I am a soldier." Very good. You are unfazed by both praise and humiliation. The Navy commander praised, and his admiration for Yi Qian grew even more. When the Navy commander found out that someone was secretly plotting against Yi Qian, he immediately took off his military cap and placed it on the table during a military meeting. He stood up and said coldly, "If she violates any military discipline or military law, I, Dong Lisheng, will take off my military uniform." This was how much he trusted Yi Qian. Yi Qian never lost his sense of propriety in the face of praise. Everyone here was so outstanding, so why was she the only one who was praised? There was another reason, because she was the only female soldier in the two brigades. Just this identity alone was enough for the country's highest leader to pay extra attention to her. In addition, she fought a little fiercely in the last half an hour, so naturally, the highest leader paid extra attention to her and praised her. Receiving praise and glory didn't only belong to her, but also to everyone. The tent is set up. Go change your clothes. Behind him, Li Jinyan walked over to remind him. The expression on his handsome face was as cold as ice. Even the way he looked at Yi Qian was the same as before. While Yi Jian was on the phone with the Navy commander, they had already set up the tent. Yi Jian smiled and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Li Jinyan replied. Looking at the approaching female soldier, a faint smile flashed across his cold eyes. When she came closer, he said indifferently, "Today was very exciting. We'll continue tomorrow." Yi Qian, who had never praised anyone before, was suddenly praised by the Demon King, who had never praised anyone before, but this time, she was really surprised. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and replied calmly, "My comrades cooperated very well, which was why I had the firepower in the later stages of the game. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to achieve such results." "Yeah, but you're really good at sniping." Li Jinyan, who didn't talk to the female soldier as they walked, suppressed the awkwardness in his heart and tried his best to not let the conversation turn cold. He had no choice. He was now shouldering a very heavy responsibility. The Navy commander had secretly ordered him to make Qing Miao stay and join the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team no matter what method he used. He had received this order 10 minutes ago. Chapter 1587. Li Jinyan wasn't surprised to receive the commander's secret order. His vice-captain, Big Shark, had hinted to him several times and also mentioned it to the commander. As for himself, it would be hypocritical to say that he didn't want Yi Qian to join the team. How could he not be moved when such an outstanding female soldier was standing in front of him? He also wanted Yi Qian to join the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team. But some things couldn't be achieved just because you wanted them. Yi Jian was not an ordinary female soldier. She was a female soldier sent by the army to study in the navy. She was carefully cultivated by the army. The direction of cultivation was to become an Army Special Warfare Special Forces. This was not a goal that could be achieved overnight. It started when she was 14 years old. The commander wanted him to persuade her to join the navy. Li Jinyan felt that it would be harder than fighting Xia Jinyuan. Thinking back to the conversation between the commander and him 10 minutes ago, Li Jinyan couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his forehead. How should he tell Yi Qian? Jinyan, I think this female soldier, Yi Jian, is really not bad. She has the ability, the education, and the looks. Do you think her looks are just average? She's a flower in the eyes of the entire army. Tell me, how can we miss out on such a good soldier? We have to do everything we can to win her over. At that time, the commander's voice was very low. It was obvious that he deliberately took a few minutes to contact him behind the backs of the army generals who were watching the battle. So the more he spoke, the lower his voice was, as if he was afraid of being overheard. I knew she was good before, but I thought that no matter how good she was still a female soldier. It would be the same if we recruited a few more powerful male soldiers. But now, I have to say that I underestimated Yi Qian. How is she good? She's going to heaven. At that time, he said, if she wasn't good, the army wouldn't have sent Q King to personally send her over. If she wasn't good, the army wouldn't have spent so much effort to cultivate her. That's right. So, we have to keep her. The commander's tone at that time made him speechless. Because Yi Qian was good, they wanted to keep her. It didn't sound wrong. It was simple and easy to understand. Before he could speak, the commander lowered his voice again and said, Talent? We don't have to be afraid of talent in our team. When the Snowfield Brigade made a move, they shocked all of us who were watching the battle. The army did send her, but Yi Qian is still a military school student. We haven't decided which unit she'll be assigned to yet. Therefore, we have to act one step ahead of time. We can't wait for the other army field units to join in the fun. Yi Qian. There will always be people to keep her. Li Jinyan didn't know that when the Navy commander heard him say this, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He finally understood what he meant. That's right, that's what he meant. If that was all, Li Jinyan wouldn't feel as awkward as he did now. Seeing that they were done talking and could hang up, the commander whispered to him again, I just mentioned Yi Jian's looks. I think you're not bad either. Why don't you try a honey trap or something? Your vice captain, Big Shark, mentioned it to me in a very subtle way before. At the time, I thought it was ridiculous. Now that I think about it, it seems like it could work. Both of you are unmarried. It would be a good story to match the two of you together. After Big Shark, this was the second time someone tried to match him with Yi Qian. Chapter 1588. He didn't have any thoughts about it, but people kept mentioning it to him. Could it be that in their eyes, he was so old that he needed help finding friends? Regardless of whether he had to find a girlfriend, it depended on whether the other party was willing to accept him. Furthermore, Li Jinyan glanced at the female soldier who was able to keep up with his pace. Under the influence of the commander, he couldn't help but take another look at the female soldier. Because of that one look, Li Jinyan, who had never been interested in a woman before, suddenly felt that the female soldier was indeed very beautiful. Major Li Jinyan, who had always treated women as if they were a blank piece of paper, finally couldn't go against his true feelings. For the first time, he praised a girl in his heart. Very beautiful. It wasn't the kind of beauty that was full of splendor, but it was definitely not a simple and elegant beauty. Yi Qian's beauty was a combination of both. When she was in battle, she was as beautiful as a peony. When she was in full bloom, she was famous in the capital. When she was quiet, she was like a lotus flower that stood aloof from worldly affairs, but was so beautiful that it made people's eyes linger. When she smiled, she was like a trickling stream hidden in a mountain stream. Gentle, virtuous, and even just looking at her smile made people feel comfortable. It was impossible to tell that she was a sniper who could hold back 10,000 men. When she smiled, she didn't look aggressive at all. Only the elegant expression between her brows showed that she was a resilient girl. Yi Qian could tell that Li Jinyan was intentionally trying to find a topic to chat with her. So, no matter what he said, she responded with a slight smile. She didn't say anything more, nor did she say anything less. From beginning to end, she maintained her elegance and politeness. They were still a short distance away from the camp. Seeing that the quiet Devil King was running out of topics to talk about, Yi Qian naturally asked casually, "Devil King, at that time, my code name was Jin Feng. Why did it change to Qing Miao the next day?" She had always wanted to ask, but she hadn't found the opportunity. Other than training, the two teams were still training. When they had time, they would gather together to discuss topics related to training and skills. How could they have the time to talk about things unrelated to the match? This time, if it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to find a topic to talk about and not make the atmosphere awkward, she wouldn't have asked. Li Jinyan did not hide anything and replied, "Q King said that there are a lot of codenames like Golden Phoenix in the army. It's extremely vulgar and unpleasant to the ears. Qing Miao was given by him. It does sound better than Jin Feng. Qing Miao was the predecessor of the Phoenix." It was obvious that Xia Jinyuan had high hopes for Yi Qian. As for asking him to sacrifice his manhood, with Xia Jinyuan around, who would need his manhood? None of them told the commander that Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan seemed to have an unusual relationship. However, this was someone else's private matter. As long as it didn't affect the training, he wouldn't care, nor did he have much interest in caring. No matter how beautiful Yi Qian was, he had to keep his distance. He didn't want others to misunderstand and cause unnecessary trouble. Li Jinyan was a mature and introverted man. He had always analyzed things thoroughly. He was also an excellent soldier with his own set of principles and bottom lines. Since he could vaguely feel that Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan's relationship was unusual, he definitely wouldn't do anything. Even if he did admire Yi Qian, it had to stay within the framework of admiration between comrades in arms. He couldn't take another step forward. After Yi Qian figured out the origin of her codename, she couldn't help but smile. So it was given by Captain Xia. However, Qing Miao sounded better than Jin Feng. Even though she didn't care about these things, having a more elegant codename wasn't a bad idea. Chapter 1589. Knowing that he was someone who could take a joke, Yi Qian laughed and said, "Qing Miao does sound better than Jin Feng. It's much more elegant. Demon King, did you come up with the team's codenames?" So simple. They were all related to the fish. Yes, easy to remember. Thinking of this codename, Li Jinyan's eyes flashed with a smile. Last year, when they formed the team, everyone was required to have a codename. Coincidentally, they caught a lobster during a deep dive, and the team member who caught the lobster said, "Big Lobster." Big Merman replied, "Codename Big Lobster? Then I'll codename Big Merman." That was how the team's codenames came about. After Yi Qian listened to the process of coming up with a codename, he laughed so hard that his pearly white teeth could be seen. "It's really easy to remember. I just have to shout like a sea creature, and someone will answer me." Li Jinyan could hear the teasing in her laughter, but he did not think much of it. Their team's codenames sounded worse than the Snowfield Brigade's codenames, but they were easy to remember and could not be shouted wrongly, so it did not matter if they sounded bad. Ahead of them was the mountain camp that they had arrived at tonight. Li Jinyan saw her shoulders shrink and quickened his pace. "Change your clothes and come to my place to discuss the competition tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. We don't have much time, so hurry up." It was now 9:43 p.m. They had been sent here by a transport plane from the island at 5 p.m. today. It was the location of the competition the next 2 days. It was a mountain range that was 3 hours away from High Province by flight. The command center calculated the time very precisely because they needed to avoid being seen, so everything could only be done in the dark. Darkness was the best cover, so once the wind stopped, they immediately sent a transport plane to the island. When they arrived at the mountain, it was almost 9 p.m. Even though the competition was only going to last for 5 days, there were 3 locations: the sea, the mountain, and the plateau. The training that followed would focus on the plateau, the plains, the mountain, and the forest. The storm commandos who were participating in the special training would be led by Li Jinyan. This was what the water ghosts were hoping for. They needed this kind of training. You've already received the order? When he heard about the confrontation tomorrow and the day after, Yi Qian's eyes lit up. Our 2 teams didn't camp together tonight, so we don't know each other's exact location. How are we going to proceed? Li Jinyan was a little embarrassed when he thought of the Marine commander's last words. Now, his heart was clear and calm. He replied in a very light tone, "Our next task is to hunt." Hunting referred to killing the members of both sides within 2 days, without leaving a single one alive. While Yi Qian was talking to the Navy commander, Li Jinyan was receiving orders and instructions from the Army Major General. Along the way, they still had many missions to complete, all of which were obstacle missions. Only by completing these missions and killing the other party's members could it be considered a real hunt. He briefly explained the mission to Yi Qian, and then added, "They didn't give us an exact time, so it's possible that we'll start the battle tonight. We need to discuss it before we go to sleep." "Alright, I'll come over immediately after I get changed." Without further ado, Yi Qian quickened his pace. It was a little cold. They had been in the wind and rain for the whole day. After 4 hours on the transport plane, they finally managed to dry their combat uniform a little. But when they got off the plane at the mountain, they were met with another cold rain, and the combat uniform was completely soaked again. But this time, it was a little cold. It was autumn in the mountains, and the temperature at night was not even 20 degrees. Even Yi Qian, who had a good physique, felt a little cold. Chapter 1590. Hunting was the longest mission in this competition. When Yi Qian saw the arrangement, he could not help but purse his lips a little. It was even more difficult than today's building invasion. It looked like a mission, but it was not. This competition was divided into 3 small missions, each more difficult than the last. This time, they had to carry 25 kilograms of combat equipment and complete the hostage target, search shooting, support shooting, and shooting with 100 bullets in a 300 time limit. The reason Yi Qian pursed his lips was because of the last mission, which required him to partner up with 100 bullets in a 300 time limit. Everyone has to complete the shooting with 100 bullets in a 300 time limit. You have to pass through 4 large obstacles in the middle. Li Jinyan emphasized the fact that the Storm Commandos and the Xianxia Brigade had a limited time limit of 100 rounds of accurate shooting. This was the strength that both the Storm Commandos and the Xianxia Brigade had. The difficulty was that they had to change guns and switch targets midway. Li Jinyan looked at Yi Qian. "Who do you want to partner up with?" Changing guns in the middle of shooting meant that one of the team members would quickly change the magazine and hand over the gun in his hand to his partner after firing 50 bullets. The partner would then have to finish firing 50 bullets at this time to complete the change of gun and switch their target positions. This training not only required the 2 to have good teamwork, but they also needed to know how many bullets they had to fire. Furthermore, both parties had to maintain synchronized shooting. Only when the other party was changing magazines would the person holding the gun need to slightly control their shooting speed. Only then would they be able to reload the magazine properly. Yi Qian had just finished firing 50 bullets and managed to switch guns at the same time as the other party. Why did Li Jinyan ask Yi Qian first? It was mainly because she did not have much time to train with them, so she had to choose who had the best teamwork with her. "Devil, you and Xianxia are the best partners." Big Shark, who had a band-aid on her face, suggested. "Xianxia usually trains with you. You 2 also worked together during the final battle today. This time, it's still the 2 of you." Yi Qian had no problems, but he did not know if the devil would have any problems. "Sure." Li Jinyan nodded. The rest of the team members already had their own partners, so there was no need for him to arrange them one by one. They could just discuss in private. He glanced at Yi Qian indifferently, then continued with the next topic. Search shooting, hostage shooting, and support shooting will be done in 2 groups. I will be in charge of one group, and De Xiao will be in charge of the other group. As for Yi Qian, he was naturally assigned to Li Jinyan's team. Because they needed to march tomorrow and the next 2 days, and because the 4th and 5th days were continuous confrontations, the 2 teams had to finish arranging everything according to the events of these 4 days. It was already late into the night, but none of the members of the 2 teams had fallen asleep. They were all gathered together to discuss the battle tactics for the next 4 days. Xia Jinyuan pointed to the sniper team duel in the last round, and Jun Yan said coldly, "We're using a single cycle method. Every member of our team needs to duel with every member of the Storm Commandos. Our teams have the same number of people, which means that each person will need to duel 21 times. It's the same for Qing Miao. She needs to duel with all of you once. Those of you who have not seen her sniping before, take a good look at how she completes her sniping. It's a very beautiful sniping skill. Even if you can't learn it, just take a look." Chang Ying said, "I want to be the first to experience it." Chapter 1591. "Then I'll be the second," said Pigeon Hawk. "Changjing is more cowardly than me. I'll cheer him on from the back so that he won't faint from Qing Miao. No one will come out to drag him back to the team." J5, who was sitting cross-legged, glanced at the 2 who spoke. The twins in the team had a tacit understanding of more than 98%, and they also had the legendary telepathy. The 2 of them were not to be trifled with. One of them attacked while the other defended. Their coordination was perfect. At the same time, they also liked challenging difficult things. Yesterday, the 2 brothers did not see Yi Qian's best firepower. They only heard their comrades discussing it, so it was normal for them to be aroused. J5 smiled and said, "Young man, you're brave. We have no problem with the 2 of you taking the lead." It was also good to let them see Qing Miao's strength. He believed that the 2 brothers' expressions would be very interesting when the time came. It was just like when he saw Qing Miao's strength back then. He could not believe that she was a student. He could not believe, how could a student be so strong? "Take care, brothers." Pigeon nodded at the 2 of them and gave them her blessings in advance. Bai He, T6, V8, and finally the silent G3 and K7 gave them their blessings. Xia Jinyuan had no objections. He clapped his hands on the spot and said, "Okay, it's settled." He was afraid that the 2 brothers would go back on their word. Apart from their different personalities, their looks, temperament, and height were very similar. The 2 brothers looked at each other and had a bad feeling. Did they do something they shouldn't have done? Did they take the initiative to do something that Pigeon and the others didn't want to do? Although they had a bad feeling, the decision was already made and could not be changed, so there was no need to think about it. They looked at each other again and then nodded at Xia Jinyuan, indicating that they had no problems. Major Xia also nodded at them seriously. "Good luck, brothers. I have high hopes for you." Their courage was commendable. He just hoped that they wouldn't look too bad when the time came. Next, Xia Jinyuan finished talking about the confrontation projects for tomorrow and the next 2 days, as well as the 4th and 5th day. He also made tight arrangements and didn't dismiss them until 1:15 midnight. Li Jinyan's side had also been making arrangements. The reason why the battle between kings was so exciting was that they had carefully planned and deployed the entire battle. However, the battlefield was ever-changing. No matter how good your arrangements were, there would always be some things that deviated from your plan. At that time, it would depend on the commanding ability of the entire team. As the battle commanders, Li Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan had to be in charge of every match. Whether they were capable or not was clearly seen by the senior generals on the big screen. The battle in the mountains is the Snowfield Brigade's territory. This time, we are not looking to see if the Storm Amphibious Frogmen can defeat the Snowfield Brigade. We are mainly looking to see the Demon King's commanding ability and adaptability on the battlefield. Lieutenant General Xia's figure appeared on the big screen. His voice was clear and dignified as he conveyed the orders from the military. A newly formed Marine Special Force that has been established for less than a year and a half. We can be harsh on their training, but we can't deny their achievements based on their results. The military has seen the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team's efforts and have high hopes for them. This competition focuses on finding problems and solving them, not harsh criticism. Chapter 1592. Commander Dong, who was standing in front of the big screen, saluted and replied with a serious expression, "Yes, sir. We'll follow the military's arrangements." Not only did the military have high hopes for the two special forces in next year's competition, but so did the highest leaders in the Great Hall. Commander-in-Chief Xia conveyed the instructions of the highest leaders. Since there's a beginning, there must be a good ending. Train hard in the country and discover your own shortcomings. Use 120% of your determination to turn your shortcomings into your strengths. Then, use 120% of your perseverance to shoulder the responsibilities of a soldier. Train hard and be strict with yourself for next year's competition. Finally, bring glory to the country and return with glory. Yes, sir. All the generals and soldiers in the command center stood at attention and saluted. They replied to the military and the Great Hall in a loud and confident voice. The two brigades with responsibilities had already set off with 25 kilograms of equipment. At 3:00 in the morning, an order came from the command center through the radio. The competition began. The two teams quickly entered the competition area and began the competition. At 6:00 in the morning, the water ghosts of the storm commandos who were crouching in the deep withered grass stared at the pine forest in front of them. 3 minutes later, 4 figures crouched and quickly approached the forest under the cover of the withered grass. 2 of them were scouting while the other 2 were on guard. After confirming that there were no problems at the edge of the forest, they sent a signal to their team members. The water ghosts crouching in the withered grass quickly advanced in groups of 2. Under their feet were thick withered pine needles that were so soft that they did not make a sound when stepped on. Due to the autumn rain last night, the entire forest was filled with a damp and rotten smell. "Forward," someone said in a low voice. Several figures were on guard while advancing quickly. Everyone's legs were slightly bent and their backs were slightly forward. They held their guns with both hands and entered the depths of the pine forest in a combat state where they were ready to shoot at any time. When they entered the forest, there was fog. It was not thick, but it was visible to the naked eye. It was like the handkerchief on the arm of a celestial being, ethereal and illusory. Everyone was wearing a forest combat uniform. The color was close to the color of the mountains and forests. It was a very good camouflage function. The way they advanced in groups of 2 belonged to the thin but not missed tactic. Once the other side was targeted, the other team members could react quickly. The birds on the branches carelessly chirped and flapped their wings. Their small bodies passed through the thick pine leaves and landed on another tree in the blink of an eye. The silent water ghosts suddenly reacted. Some of them quickly went behind the trees, some of them quickly squatted, some of them directly lay down, and some of them propped themselves up with their elbows. All of them quickly found the correct position. Bang bang bang. Countless gunshots broke the silence. The bullets shuttled through the air and instantly made the atmosphere in the forest extremely tense. The water ghosts were already in combat mode. When the gunshots rang out, the entire team reacted in unison and began to fight. "Everyone, search and shoot." Li Jinyan's cold voice came through the earpiece. He and Yi Qian had finished clearing the first wave of obstacles and were already moving forward quickly. Obstacles cleared, forward. Following his voice, the hidden water ghosts quickly moved forward. At the same time, they quickly moved the rifles in their hands, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger to complete the search and shoot. Once the obstacles in front of them were cleared, all the team members could not stay any longer. They needed to move forward quickly and finish shooting. Bang bang bang. Chapter 1593. The sound of gunfire continued in the pine forest. Every figure was incomparably vigorous as they advanced forward. The bullets that were shot out all hit their targets. Everyone's heart was very tense. Once the wrong target was hit, the score of this event would be all 0. This was a test of everyone's eyesight, vision, judgment, and reaction time. Only by excelling in all aspects could they pass safely. Devil King, 4 directions, 2 shooting points. Yi Qian was half kneeling on one knee. She had completed 2 shooting points in an instant. The shooting points were prepared by the local troops in advance and were controlled by the computer. When they entered the infrared surveillance zone, the control system sounded an alarm, and everyone immediately went into search shooting mode. This was similar to a hostage target. The difference was that they had to move forward, and the search area was larger. Li Jinyan quickly turned sideways. His gaze was so cold and sharp that it was like an icicle shining under the winter sun. He fired quickly and cooperated with Yi Jian to shoot at 2 points in 4 directions. Clear. Li Jinyan's back was close to Yi Qian. The two of them moved forward quickly, one in front and one behind. The pine forest was 2 kilometers long. Every once in a while, a new target would appear for the water ghosts to complete their search. When it was Yi Qian's turn to move forward, Li Jinyan noticed a problem. Her shooting was fast. What did it mean to be faster than him by 0 seconds? It meant that his first bullet had been fired, and her second bullet had already been fired. It meant that his shooting speed was twice as fast as hers. If this was on the battlefield, it meant that she had twice as much time to complete the battle as the others, and she would be able to clear all the targets before the enemy could react. With this kind of speed, even Li Jinyan, who had always been calm, was shocked. In the command center, the technicians were already analyzing Yi Qian's shooting speed, the number of bullets she had fired, and her hit rate. On the large screen, the female soldier's painted face was as cold as the male soldier's. Her gaze was even more murderous than the male soldier's. When the 3 sets of data came out, the technicians thought that they might have made a mistake. To be safe, they recalculated again. When they saw the results, the technicians who were holding the data sucked in a cold breath. What a terrifying shooting speed. He murmured and passed the data to the clerk beside him. He was responsible for sending it to the commanders in the command center. The members who entered the competition only had victory in their eyes. The Navy commander who was watching stared at the screen. Although he looked serious, his eyes were full of trust for his soldiers. Demon King Li's ability made him believe in the entire team's ability. When the clerk passed the data to him, the Navy commander took a rough look. His expression changed, but his face remained serious. Unchanging. He leaned forward slightly and whispered to the Major General of the Army, who was watching the Shuayu team's search and shooting. Old Yang, look at this data and see who it belongs to. His voice was a little low, but there was a hint of excitement in it. The Navy commander wanted to keep Dong Xuebing in suspense, but the Major General took a look at the data and laughed. Old Dong, I don't need to guess anymore. I know whose data it is. You know? The Marine commander's body moved again, and there was some disbelief in his eyes. The suspected Major General laughed. Of course I know. Why else do you think I spent so much effort to train her? I've watched this girl grow up. Chapter 1594. Major General's words forced the Navy commander to face reality. Old Yang was right. Yi Qian had indeed grown up under the Army's watch. Last time, in order to allow her to join the Storm Commandos and train with Jinyan, Old Yang had sent her a set of personal information about Yi Jian. This information was classified as a military secret. As long as she exited after reading it, the system would automatically destroy the information. Yi Qian had been discovered by the Army when she was still a middle school student. She had been carefully trained by the Army. Now, he wanted to keep Yi Qian in the Navy. Ha ha ha, Old Yang didn't get angry and leave because he had good self-control. Thank you, the Army, for putting so much effort into training her. That's why I've seen such an excellent female soldier. This data. The Navy commander smiled and sighed. I'm really shocked. He smiled at the existence of such a female soldier, but also sighed at the existence of such a female soldier, because she wasn't a member of the Navy. When I found out how fast she could shoot, my reaction was similar to yours. I was shocked and a little skeptical. I didn't think it was possible for her to shoot that fast. Major General didn't care that the Navy commander wanted to poach Yi Qian. Everyone who had seen her knew how outstanding she was. It was normal for someone to want to poach her. Xia Jinyuan had discovered how fast she could shoot when she was on a mission in Pakistan. He had reported it to the army as soon as the mission was over. At that time, he was also quite surprised and didn't think it was possible. When he came back from Pakistan, he saw the video sent by the army with his own eyes. Only then did he believe that although the little girl was young, she was very capable. I've seen her results and her improvement. Major General took another set of data and compared it. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. She's improved. Her speed has increased, but her accuracy is still 100%. Very good. School life didn't make her regress. The Navy commander smiled. Old Yang, I want to steal her from you even more now. Why don't we give it a try? Let's see if she's willing to stay. You're bringing such a good soldier out for others to see. It's simply tempting. Ha ha ha, old Dong, you're not being kind. Major General Lu laughed even louder. He handed the data back to the Navy commander and replied with a smile, it's useless even if you try. We'll only know if it works after we try it. I think it's a good idea for Yi Qian to stay in the Navy. She has a bright future. The Marine commander really wants to try this time, so he said with a serious expression, Old Yang, I'm not joking with you, I do have such a plan. Major General Lu's smile didn't change. Sure, as long as she's willing to join the Navy, I won't stop her. However, Old Dong, let's make an agreement first. You can only move her with emotions and reason. You can't use your power to force her. As long as he agreed, everything would be fine. Although he had the intention of poaching, it was not his style to let a dignified commander do things secretly. Hearing this, the Navy commander solemnly replied, then you can rest assured. You should know how I, Old Dong, deal with things. Using force to threaten absolutely does not exist. As long as I know that she has no intention of joining the Navy, I will never use my power to oppress her. Using power to force someone to join the Navy would definitely cause a big problem. Yi Qian, who had completed the search and shoot, took a break with her comrades. They cleaned up their equipment and reloaded their magazines. Chapter 1595. With a click, Li Jinyan reloaded the magazine. When he looked up, he saw Yi Qian disassembling the bomb. Beside her was a male soldier from Fuzhou with the code name Big Fish. He was telling Yi Qian, the shell jammed, the bullet almost went off course. There are many reasons for a bullet to jam. Some of them are due to the huge reaction force after the bullet is fired, causing it to be unable to pass through the shell ejection port normally. Some of them are due to the fact that the first bullet in the ejection port did not return to its original position, causing the shell to jam. Although these situations are rare, this is the problem with this gun. Fixing the gun, unloading the gun, inspecting the gun shaft, these were all taught to Yi Qian by Uncle Zhen, who was a first-class sergeant. Now, what she said to her comrades was also taught by Uncle General from the day she touched the gun. Uncle Zhen taught Yi Qian how to recognize a gun, identify it, measure it, and unload it. He waited until she reached a certain level where she could assemble all kinds of guns with her eyes closed before teaching her how to fix a gun. She removed the barrel, unloaded the barrel, loosened the small parts, such as the recoil spring, the front and rear recoil spring guides. Then, she loosened the iron on the automatic mechanism, removed the hammer, reducer, and found the key to the problem. Big Fish was dumbfounded. Come, take a look here. There's no way to fix the ejection port. Let's manually return the thimble to its original position, then the ejection port will automatically return to its original position. Yi Qian used a blank bullet to move the thin, sharp, and extremely short thimble. With a soft clang, the ejection port returned to its original position. Yi Qian smiled at him. Her small face, which was covered in oil paint, was so gentle that it seemed to have a soft glow. It's fixed. You even know how to fix guns? Big Fish stuttered. In the beginning, he really thought she was joking. Who knew, she really knew how to fix guns. I know a little. I don't need to use big tools to fix the small problems. Now that the damaged parts had been fixed, it was time to assemble the gun. By the time Yi Qian finished speaking, she had already assembled the 3 parts. Her hand speed was so fast that Big Salmon's eyelids twitched. Li Jinyan had been watching her the entire time. He watched as she took Big Fish's gun and disassembled it skillfully as she spoke. Then, she accurately found the part that had the problem and finished assembling the gun in less than 3 minutes at a dazzling speed. He lowered his head and looked at the time. He had used 6 minutes. After returning the repaired rifle, Yi Qian said, "Don't worry about it jamming again. If you have any more problems, you can come and look for me again. You know how to repair guns?" Li Jinyan's voice came from the side. By the time Yi Qian turned to look, the tall and slender man was already sitting beside her. The thick paint on his face made it impossible to see his face clearly. Only his sharp and cold eyes gave Yi Qian a sense of familiarity. The Devil King, who had changed into his combat uniform, looked even more imposing than usual. With the thick paint on his face, he seemed to have become a different person. Yi Qian, who had been hugging his assault rifle, smiled and nodded. "I can solve normal problems. As long as I find the problem, I can also solve the more difficult problems. If it's more difficult, it will take more time. The army has indeed put in a lot of effort into training you." Li Jinyan nodded slightly. Then he said something that made Yi Qian a little stunned. "Join the navy?" Yi Qian couldn't help but be a little surprised. Did the commander say that? Chapter 1596. That's right, Li Jinyan was talking about this. He didn't think that there was anything to be surprised about, nor did he think that it was difficult to answer. Seeing that Yi Qian was a little surprised, he asked, "Are you surprised?" Of course, she was surprised. She was sent by the army to study as a soldier. Didn't the commander of the navy know that? Why would he still want her to join the navy? "I'm a little surprised, especially when I heard that you wanted me to join the navy." Yi Qian laughed. She couldn't guess what the devil was thinking. He seemed to have a deep personality, but sometimes he was very straightforward. For example, shouldn't he be a little more tactful when asking her this question? Li Jinyan seemed to have guessed Yi Qian's thoughts. He looked straight at Yi Qian with cold eyes. He didn't avoid her gaze and simply answered her, "You are very outstanding, so the commander of the navy wants you to stay. Isn't this a very normal thing?" Yi Qian was speechless. Was this a very normal thing? This was directly trying to poach her. "You can think about it. Whether you want to stay or not, you just need to tell me the result." The devil was as concise as ever. He didn't say too much and only wanted to express his meaning clearly. As for why he didn't try to be tactful, the reason was simple. He didn't think that Yi Qian would stay, and she would tell him with certainty that she wouldn't stay. He didn't even need to think about it. Just as he counted to 2 in his heart, he heard Yi Qian reply with a smile, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Commander of the Navy. I'm really sorry, but I only want to stay in the army and become a soldier in the Army's Special Forces." As he thought, there was no need to think about it. With a smile on her face, she answered him firmly. She didn't want to join the Navy, and she had never thought of joining the Navy. "Okay, I got it. You still have 2 minutes to rest. Tidy up your equipment." Li Jinyan got up after receiving the reply. After taking 2 steps, he turned around and looked at Yi Qian, who was already tidying up her equipment. "I believe in you. No matter which branch you are in, which position you are in, you will be an outstanding soldier." Yi Qian was like a ball of light wherever she went. She could illuminate and warm others. He had no reason not to believe that she would not become an outstanding soldier. At this moment, the female soldier Yi Qian was an outstanding soldier. A female soldier who could shoot faster than others would definitely have great achievements. She would definitely go further in her career and become a resounding rose that would be revered by everyone on the military road. After a short rest, they resumed their journey. The Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team marched at their fastest speed. They needed to be the first to complete all the tasks and then secretly hunt the members of the Snowfield Brigade. They wanted to bring it forward, and so did Xia Jinyuan. The final meeting point will be around this mountain lake. The Infernal King and the others are good swimmers, so there will definitely be an ambush around the mountain lake. J5, you take a team to surround the rear and trap them around the mountain lake. The rest of you, catch one and take care of one. Xia Jinyuan was still munching on the hardtack he had eaten for breakfast. He seized the time to prepare for the next step of the battle. J5 nodded to indicate that he had no problem with it. He thought for a moment and said, I'll leave the Qing Miao side to you. It would be better if they won. But if they couldn't, then it would be a little awkward. Idiot. T6 glanced at him and said to Xia Jinyuan, I'll look for the Qing Miao. Leave the rest to the scouts. Xia Jinyuan did not mind letting Yi Qian use his team members for practice. Alright, I'll leave the Qing Miao side to you and the Infernal King side to me. None of you are to fight with me. Chapter 1597. No one in the Snowfield Brigade was going to compete with Xia Jinyuan, so they decided to let them handle the duel between two kings. The rest of the team could just watch from the sidelines. The Devil's overall strength was very strong, and only Q King was a match for him in the entire team. The Snowfield Brigade rested for 10 minutes after completing the search shot and knowing the next step of the battle. On the other side, J5 walked up to Xia Jinyuan and asked, Qing Miao is very fast. Do you think the Navy will try to poach her after this competition? J5, who used to be an instructor, had always been more farsighted. Now that he thought about the possibility of Yi Qian being targeted by the Navy, he felt a little uneasy. Xia Jinyuan was sorting out the magazine. When he heard J5's question, he smiled and said, It's too late for you to worry. She has been training with Devil King Li's water ghost for 10 days, and they even fought together yesterday. The Navy already has a certain understanding of her strength. It's normal for them to want to poach her. His little fox was a ball of light wherever she went, so it was normal for the Navy to target her. J5 became anxious when he heard this. When he thought about the details of the two people switching guns during the search shot, his expression changed. He stared at Xia Jinyuan and asked very slowly, If that's the case, then we have to ask the Major General to step in. We can't let the Navy commander take her away. Looking at J5, who initially opposed Yi Jian's relationship with him and even talked to him several times, Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and deliberately said, If Cyan Bird really goes to the Navy, you should be the happiest. After all, at that time, you were afraid that something would happen between us. That's because you liked her when she was in junior high school. Of course I was afraid that something would happen between you two. J5 knew that he was doing it on purpose. He glared at him and said, The situation is different now. Qing Miao is now a college student. She's already an adult. Why would I be afraid that something would happen between you two? Other than the fact that you can't get married, you can have sex with her. J5 was sometimes very tough when he spoke. Xia Jinyuan was shocked by his words. Soon, the thick-skinned major nodded seriously. You're right. J5 was puzzled. Q King, which part of what I said was right and which was wrong? Xia Jinyuan, who had finished loading the magazine, smiled at J5. His handsome face was obviously painted with thick paint, but J5 saw a trace of something he had never seen before, evil. That's right, it was evil. Even if he was wearing a combat suit, it couldn't hide his evil. When J5 blinked his eyes, he still saw the familiar painted face, as if he was only seeing things for a moment. Everything you said was right. Especially the part about, you can even do it in bed, it was very true. Major Xia looked at his comrade with sincere eyes and answered seriously, Don't worry, I won't let the Navy take Qing Miao away. She can only be our comrade, a member of our Snowfield Brigade. J5 was convinced. Q King loved Qing Miao so much. How could he be willing to let other troops take her away? However, he still had to be on his guard. But we still have to be careful, mainly because the other party is very strong. J5 moved closer and looked at Xia Jinyuan's face, stopping at his chest, and then at his crotch. Then he looked up again. Xia Jinyuan held the gun in his arms and said with a faint smile, "I'm a real husband. I'm a real man. Don't be jealous." Chapter 1598. This was a conversation between men, and only men could understand each other. J5 sighed. The Demon King is a true husband. He's the real deal. Q King, don't be overconfident. Not only do you have to be wary of the Navy commander, but you also have to be wary of the Demon King. He raised his hand and patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder. Although his facial expression is a little cold, he's not bad looking. He's very handsome. Compared to your handsomeness, Q King, he's very handsome. He really couldn't scare Xia Jinyuan. He couldn't deny that Demon King Li was indeed charming, but his little fox wasn't someone who was fickle. He had spent 4 years to get her nod. Could it be that she had fallen in love with someone else after spending less than 100 days with Demon King Li? In response to J5's earnest words, Major Xia Jinyuan directly replied with a creepy, gentle smile. No matter how powerful the Demon King is, he's just an instructor who taught Xianxia some skills. No matter how handsome and outstanding he is, he's still someone else's man. He had never doubted his little fox's sincerity, and he wouldn't worry about such things. Of course, it was still necessary to be jealous occasionally. No matter what, this young captain was always so confident, even when it came to love. In that case, should he do the same for himself? J5, who was slightly distracted, couldn't help but purse his lips. After a while, he nodded. You're right. No matter how outstanding the Demon King is, he's destined to be someone else's man. His expression was a little gloomy, and his tone was a little faint and indescribable melancholy. Xia Jinyuan was the same as Yi Qian. They both didn't like to pay attention to other people's private affairs. Although he noticed J5's strange expression, he smiled as usual. Yes, I believe in Xianxia, just like how Xianxia believes in me. A little more trust, a little more sincerity, a little more effort, and a little more effort, and you'll get all of it. It was time to rest. The members of the Snowfield Brigade set off on time. What awaited them ahead was a bloody hunt. Only by killing their opponents could they live. A confrontation was also a war. As long as there was war, there was bound to be slaughter. There would definitely be death and life. As soldiers, they had no choice in the face of war. Since they chose to live, their enemies must die. At 8:00 in the morning, the sky was still drizzling. The two teams carrying 25 kilograms of equipment set off again after a short rest. At noon, the storm commandos who were carrying 25 kilograms of equipment on their backs walked through a stream in the mountains. They walked past a piece of land that was abandoned and was not very tall. However, it was burned by the fire and was covered in ash and black. The mountains that were mainly made of fir trees appeared in front of everyone. The voice of the scout in front came through the earpiece. They were in charge of scouting and had extremely sharp judgment. There was a big fire in the mountains. The fir trees are either broken or collapsed. I can already feel the pressure from the visual. Li Jinyan didn't let the team continue forward. They had been walking for 4 hours, and their stamina was obviously low. If they entered the mountains directly, they would definitely be dragged down by their stamina issues. He directly ordered, "Rest here for 20 minutes to replenish your stamina." Hearing this, Yi Qian sighed softly. Carrying 25 kilograms of combat equipment, he obviously felt his stamina drop. After all, they had been walking for 4 hours without a minute of rest. Chapter 1599. Now that she had 20 minutes to rest, it was enough for her to recover some of her strength. But before she could put down her equipment, Li Jinyan's voice came through the earpiece. "Qingmiao, come see me in 10 minutes. Li Jinyan, who had been discussed by the J5, continued to keep in contact with Yi Qian. He would even discuss everything with her. After witnessing Yi Qian's shooting speed, he immediately assigned her to be in the assault and sniper positions. She could adjust between the two positions according to the battle situation. Not only was she able to accurately calculate her shots to the point of 1 second, she was also able to calculate how much time it would take for each bullet to be fired. After that, when he was changing his gun during search shot, the second he took out the magazine, she had already loaded the assault rifle in her hand and handed it to him. Even though this was their first time working together, their coordination was like that of comrades who had fought side by side for many years. There was no pause in between. They exchanged guns, adjusted positions, and completed shooting. Everything was done perfectly. There were almost no mistakes. Demon King Li felt that it was a pleasure to fight side by side with such a female soldier. Yi Qian, who was about to rest, immediately replied, "I'll come over now." Rather than going over in 10 minutes, it was better to go over now. They were less than a meter apart. Yi Qian bent over and saw him open up the battle map. Under the helmet, his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. "Come over and take a look. Tell me your suggestions." Li Jinyan looked up at her. Based on the feedback from the scouts, he said in a low voice, "There might be a hostage target next. You and I will attack from the front and eliminate a portion of the targets first." His slender finger pointed at the area marked in red on the battle map. Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "From here, we will enter the battle zone between the two armies. We will arrive at around 6 p.m. tonight. If we arrive earlier than the Snowfield Brigade, it will be more advantageous for us to fight deeper. There is an inner lake in the battle zone. Swimming is our team's strength, but since King Q knows about it, he will definitely arrange snipers around the inner lake. Once our team members surface, they will be killed immediately. Give up on swimming in the inner lake. Use the time saved on going around the inner lake to achieve an even distribution of time." In the end, it was all about fighting for time and gaining the initiative. Yi Qian nodded. "The Snowfield Brigade is good at assassinations. Once they take over the battle zone, we will be forced into a corner. Only by occupying advantageous terrain can we reduce the number of casualties to a certain extent." She didn't say that she could avoid casualties because that was impossible. "Your analysis is correct. Therefore, we need to shorten the marching time. Now, there are still 15 minutes left. Take a break." Li Jinyan put away the combat map and asked the scout in front, "How many hidden routes did you find?" "Do you have 3? There was a buzzing sound coming from the earpiece, and after 2 minutes, the scout's voice came through. "There are only 2 paths. One is near the edge of the fir forest, and the other is from the abandoned farmland. Only these 2 places did not have serious burn marks. There were trees and withered grass to cover them as they entered the pitch-black forest. The burned forest was eerily silent. It probably hadn't been burned for long. After entering, they could still smell the smoke from the fire. Some of the short shrubs were directly burned to ashes, and the shorter trees were burned to the point where only their bare trunks were left. Looking at it made one's heart feel heavier." Chapter 1600. There was a deathly silence in the mountain. The fire had not only burned the trees, but it had also taken away the vitality of this place. Scorched trees were everywhere, and when one stepped on them with combat boots, there was a kachi-kachi sound under one's feet. A burnt pheasant was pressed under a bush, and only its 2 tail feathers were still bright. Yi Jian and the others were now in a mountain forest in Chuan province. They were in a low mountain at the junction of 2 provinces. The forest here was rich in resources. The pheasant that had been charred to the point where only its tail feathers were bright was the nationally protected white-bellied pheasant. Not only were there rare pheasants that were burnt to death, but there were also small animals like wild rabbits. It was enough to show the ferocity of the fire. Yi Qian, who was hiding behind a withered tree, raised his head and looked at a small snake that was burnt to a crisp. His gaze passed through the snake's body and fell on a certain spot. "Situation detected, move forward carefully," she said in a low voice. At the same time, she aimed at a target point and fired the first shot of the hostage target in this competition. Bang! The muffled sound of the gunshot instantly reached the ears of all the team members. The originally deathly silent forest was suddenly filled with a murderous aura. The oppressive atmosphere, the smell of burnt charcoal, the murderous sound of the gunshot, and the figures that were secretly shuttling back and forth behind the scorched trees made the atmosphere in the forest even more tense and depressing. The local soldier who was shot touched his chest, and the expression on his face was a little dazed. He lowered his head and looked at the empty cartridge next to his feet. The soldier gritted his teeth in anger and bent down to pick up the empty cartridge. He was really so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. It wasn't easy for him to be chosen to be the bad guy who pretended to be a hostage target in a competition between two top-notch special forces. In the end, he was shot before he even saw the mysterious special forces soldier. "Squad leader, one of our brothers is dead. I couldn't accept it when I saw him die, so he was the first one to be killed." A soldier squatted under a cedar tree that had blackened bark but could still continue to grow. He whispered to his squad leader, "I was the closest to him, and I didn't even know where the bullet came from." The class leader scolded, then comforted, "It's normal that you don't know. They're all special forces. If we knew where they were, then they wouldn't cause trouble. What was there to be upset about? Just wait for them to come and take the hostage. Keep an eye on him. Don't embarrass our unit too much." The hostage takers were disguised as local soldiers, and the hostages were paper targets. Not only did Yi Qian and his men need to shoot at the hostage targets, but they also needed to retrieve the hostage targets. This way, the chances of them being exposed would be much higher, and the soldiers in disguise would be able to discover them and shoot at them. The soldier closest to his dead brother blinked his eyes. He wanted to answer his squad leader, but he couldn't. "Don't move, brother." A very soft voice came from behind him. Then, he felt something cold and hard pressed against his neck. This was the feeling of a dagger. He was caught from behind by a special agent. The Special Forces soldier turned off the earpiece and cut off the communication. He then heard the Special Forces soldier say with a smile, "I won't waste my bullets. I'm afraid I'll hurt you if I shoot you at close range. Anyway, you know that I've already slit your throat." Chapter 1601. This was Yi Qian's voice. After taking care of a hostage target, she locked onto another target and successfully completed the mission. This time, the hostage target didn't have to be shot. As long as you were able to get close to the target and successfully rescue the hostage, you could activate the signal device on the soldier and shoot the hostage target. Hearing her voice, the soldier who had a dagger pressed against his neck froze. A female Special Forces soldier. He was killed by a female Special Forces soldier. The soldier wanted to move his body and turn his head to see what the female Special Forces soldier who killed him looked like. Just as his body moved slightly, Yi Qian chuckled again and said, "Don't move, just stay here." After she finished speaking, she took out the assault rifle from the soldier's hand, unloaded the magazine, and put it into her own carrying equipment. At this time, Yi Qian didn't mind loading the equipment full of magazines. On the battlefield, you can never have too many bullets. When the soldier heard the sound of the magazine being unloaded, he became anxious. "Bro, don't take my weapon. I still have to return it to the armory. If you take it, I won't be able to explain it to the higher-ups. I saw the serial number of the magazine. Once we're done here, I promise to return it to your unit." Yi Qian smiled. Her reaction was quite fast. She knew she had to return the weapon. "Thank you for your hard work. I have to borrow the empty magazines. I'll definitely return them when I'm done." When the soldier saw that she was determined to take his magazines, his brows furrowed. "My class leader didn't say you could take our things. How am I going to explain it to the class leader later? Bro, you really can't take it. We'll contact your unit. We definitely won't affect you." Yi Qian comforted the young soldier and cut off all communications. "Stay here and don't contact anyone outside. Come out when we're done here." Without waiting for the soldier's reply, Yi Qian picked up the hostage target. As soon as she finished speaking, she nimbly moved and disappeared in the blink of an eye. She came and left silently. The soldier could only hear her voice the entire time, but didn't see her. When he turned his head, the female Special Forces soldier was nowhere to be seen. He didn't even know where she went. What made the soldier's head hurt even more was that she took all the magazines of his assault rifle. How am I going to explain this to the class leader? Then, the soldier touched his neck. He could still feel the cold touch of the dagger on his skin. It was icy cold, as if he moved slightly, the other party could easily slit his throat. The soldier sighed softly. Both of their squads were considered above average in the army. In the end, when they were up against the Special Forces, it felt like they were instantly defeated before they even started. If they didn't compare, they wouldn't know. Now that they did, they knew the gap between them and the Special Forces. It's definitely impossible to contact the class leader. I'm sure the class leader already knows that something happened to him. The squad leader from the local army understood that another of his brothers had been killed. He quickly contacted the other brothers and said softly, "Brothers, we're going to make a move. Remember, we have 7.62 blanks in our hands. The safe distance is 5 meters. Remember, don't be a fool and shoot whenever you see someone in front of you. If someone dies, no one will be able to bear the consequences." The squad leader repeatedly reminded them. He was afraid that if they fought until their blood boiled, something big would happen. Once you're killed by them, stay where you are and don't move. The Special Forces will come and take away the hostage target. Have some backbone. Don't think that it's embarrassing to be killed. It's better to learn how they killed you. Chapter 1602. This was a squad leader who wanted to become a Special Forces soldier, so he sounded a little excited. His abilities were limited, so he couldn't become a Special Forces soldier. However, it would be good to meet the Special Forces soldiers. They were going to take back the hostage targets. If he wanted to meet the Special Forces soldiers, he just had to find the location of his dead brothers. It seemed like he had to go out and observe which brothers were going to be killed by the Special Forces soldiers. The squad leader really wanted to meet the Special Forces soldiers in training. The platoon leader said that the Special Forces soldiers coming this time weren't ordinary Special Forces soldiers. They were the top Special Forces soldiers in the country. They were the real blades of the country. Normal people wouldn't be able to see them at all, and it was very rare to see them in the country. When he heard that, he was so excited that his whole body trembled slightly. Last night, the two squads had an emergency assembly. Then, the brothers from the two squads each carried a hostage target, and took a truck overnight to the forest where the fire had been put out not long ago. In the truck, they thought that they were going to do some training. They only knew what they were going to do when they gathered in the mountains. They were going to hide in the forest with the hostage targets and cooperate with the two top Special Forces soldiers to complete the competition. The platoon leader even emphasized what kind of Special Forces they were going to be. Even if they were just cooperating, they should feel honored. As for what kind of Special Forces they were, he still didn't know. Now that he thought about the possibility of going up against them, he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. He couldn't say that he was going to spar or learn from them. He could only say that he was going to learn from them. The water ghosts of the storm commandos didn't like to make too much noise. Their training policy was to focus on silence and take care of their targets without anyone noticing. Although they weren't very good at fighting in the mountains, they had a lot more freedom to move on land than on water. Moreover, they were just not very good at it. It wasn't like they didn't know anything. With Yi Qian's first shot, the gunshots in the mountains gradually became more frequent. The speed at which they were taking care of their targets also became faster and faster. Yi Qian was moving faster than them. Once the target was locked on, there was no way he would miss. A soldier in woodland camouflage appeared in front of them. He used a hostage target as a cover and jumped out of the forest. He appeared about 10 meters away from the two storm commandos with the hostage target in hand. 7:00. With one water ghost providing cover, the other water ghost quickly completed the shooting. The empty shell without a bullet accurately hit the shoulder of the soldier holding the hostage target. This was the effective shooting point. Then, another water ghost who was covering for the soldier completed the second fatal shot and successfully heard a long beep from the soldier's body. There were only 2 squads in the forest, and each squad had 10 soldiers. In other words, there were 20 soldiers active in the forest. The storm commandos could easily take on 1 hostage each. However, these soldiers had placed the hostage targets in front of them. Just like robbers, they used the hostages as their targets. To a certain extent, this made things more difficult for the storm commandos. Rescuing hostages was a common occurrence for the special forces, so even if there was a certain level of difficulty, they could still overcome it. The 2 squads of the local troops were suppressed by the water ghost's firepower to the point that they could not retaliate at all. They were either ambushed or killed before they could even finish shooting. Demon King, our group has dealt with 8 of them. What's the situation on your side? The water ghosts had no idea how many hostages they needed to rescue. The hidden big mermaid contacted Li Jinyan. I estimate that there are 2 to 3 squads of soldiers here. If each of them has a target, then there are at least 20 of them. Chapter 1603. Li Jinyan squatted next to a soldier who had just finished off his task and said calmly, 2 squads, 1 hostage target per person, a total of 20 people. So far, there are still 4 hostage targets left. Don't look at me, I don't know where they are either. The young soldier who was sitting on the ground muttered softly. He could not look back at the other party's gaze. Not only was his gaze cold, there was also a murderous aura in it, which made people panic. Li Jinyan did not expect to get anything out of him. Like Yi Qian, he removed the assault rifle's magazine from the soldier's hand and put it aside. He said politely, "Thank you for your hard work." It's nothing, it's nothing." The soldier quickly shook his head and answered. The squad leader had told them to learn a little, but he really did not learn anything. He did not know where the squad leader had come from, but he was easily defeated and taken care of by him. The special forces were indeed powerful. There were still 4 hostage targets that had not been found. 2 of them were squad leaders, and the other 2 were vice squad leaders. As the team leaders, the overall strength of the 4 people was naturally more outstanding. I'll be the bait later. I'll carry the hostage targets and flash in front of them. Don't worry about whether they see you or not. Just shoot a few shots and scout the way out. The squad leader who wanted to fight the special forces the most said to his vice squad leader and the other squad leader with the surname Lu. The 2 of you, don't move first. Wait for us to shoot before you move. You must only move when you see a shadow. Otherwise, we'll have done all this for nothing. After he said that, the squad leader sighed. We have 20 brothers, so we should at least show some results. Don't make us lose face. The 2 squad leaders and the 2 vice squad leaders were hiding in a ravine. This was a trench dug to stop the fire from spreading and igniting another patch of fir trees. It was 1 meter deep and 30 meters long. It was almost dug around the entire mountain. The hiding spot was good, and the water ghosts did not notice them for a while. It was not that they wanted to hide, but it was an order from the higher-ups. Squad leader Fu, I think it's a little difficult, Squad leader Lu said in a low voice. There are no gunshots in the forest now, which means that all our brothers in the forest have been taken care of. It took 20 minutes. He didn't even need half an hour to take care of 16 of their brothers. Squad leader Fu cautiously poked his head out and glanced outside. Then, he slowly squatted down. That's right. I originally planned to rush to the side of the brothers who were taken care of and observe the special forces at close range. However, I quickly got rid of the idea. There was no other reason. He was really worried that he would be dealt with as soon as he showed himself. Let's stall for time. The platoon leader ordered us to stall for time. Stalling for time is also our ability. Squad leader Fu looked at the time and said to squad leader Lu, let's split up. If they find out, we'll catch all 4 of us at once. Assistant, let's go to the other side. As he spoke, he bent over and led his assistant to the other side of the ravine. In the smoky Xianxia mountain, the water ghosts began a comprehensive search. They were still looking for the missing hostage targets. Only when they had found all the hostage targets could they receive the order to leave. If the higher-ups hadn't given the order, it meant that they still hadn't found a hostage target. Li Jinyan was not anxious because of this. The more it was like this, the calmer he was. He said in a deep voice, "Search the area thoroughly. Complete the search in 5 minutes." Chapter 1604. There was no way the command center would let the two teams pass so easily. They would only make the arrangements more complicated so that they could observe the commanders of the two teams and see if they could adjust their tactics in time. From there, they could observe everyone's combat ability. After Li Jin finished giving the order, he turned to look at Yi Qian, who was in charge of security. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Qian, who sensed his gaze, turned her head. It was obvious that she had something she wanted to say. Li Jinyan pointed to the front, then pointed to Yi Qian and himself. He did not ask, but looked at Yi Qian questioningly. Yi Qian, who wanted to voice her opinion, instantly understood what he meant. Because she thought the same. They both suspected that there were no more hostage targets in this area and that they might be in the periphery. The reason for this was very simple. First, it was to delay them. Second, the general in the command center needed to see if Li Jinyan could detect the abnormality in the situation and immediately make the correct decision. This time, the command center could not see their real-time combat situation. They could only see the changes in the data. Therefore, the command center could roughly estimate the performance of the two teams based on the time taken. The Snowfield Brigade was close to the location closest to the two remaining hostage targets. Xia Jinyuan, who was as sharp as a leopard, gestured for them to surround the two Snowfield Brigade members. The two members of the Snowfield Brigade were like beasts charging out of the mountains as they pounced directly at the location where the hostage targets were hidden. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. From 7 meters away, the other 2 members of the Snowfield Brigade finished shooting. They hit the effective shooting points of the hostage targets and completed the mission in 22 minutes. The Snowfield Brigade won this round. When they finished the last effective shooting point, the command center immediately knew that the Snowfield Brigade had completed the hostage target shooting and successfully rescued all the hostages. No hostages were accidentally shot. Team B has completed all hostage target shooting. Every member of the Snowfield Brigade heard the Major General's voice in their headsets. 22 minutes. We completed this round 8 minutes ahead of schedule. The Snowfield Brigade only knew that they had completed it, but they did not know if the Storm Commandos had completed it. They walked up to the local soldiers who had already gathered and cooperated with them. With Xia Jinyuan's salute, all the members of the Snowfield Brigade saluted the soldiers who had unconditionally cooperated with them to express their gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Led by Xia Jinyuan, every member of the Snowfield was shaking hands with the local soldiers. Taking off his combat gloves, his thick and calloused hand held the other's calloused hand. Thank you, and a smile. There was no sense of unfamiliarity or distance between them, because they were both wearing the same military uniform and were soldiers who protected the country together. After shaking their hands, Xia Jinyuan reorganized the team again. The 22 members of the team Shuayu strode towards another battle zone. The local soldiers, led by their platoon leaders, stood upright and saluted as they watched the elite special forces leave. The drizzle continued. The 22 figures, who were as straight as poplar trees, walked step by step into the depths of the mountains with a fearlessness that even soldiers respected. The Special Forces soldiers who were wearing forest camouflage uniforms and new combat helmets were indeed different from them. With every step they took, they could faintly feel that their steps could cause the entire mountain to tremble. They were so firm and steady, and every step they took was so solid and solid. Chapter 1605. They carried 25 kilograms of combat equipment on their backs and carried rifles on their shoulders that were meant to protect the lives of soldiers, defend the country's territory, and protect the safety of citizens. They wore combat boots that were covered in yellow dirt and ash as they walked forward bravely. They looked like they would only keep walking forward. Even if there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of them, they would not stop. The platoon leader waited until the 22 figures were out of sight before he ordered his soldiers to stop shooting. The platoon leader then led the team away. Meanwhile, Li Jinyan and Yi Qian were approaching two of the hostage targets. The two of them glanced at the man-made pile of soil and knew that there was a ditch underneath. They then looked at the mountains across the ditch. It was a stark contrast to the burnt fir forest. One was burnt to the point of being lifeless. The other was a charming autumn scene with red maple leaves swaying gently in the drizzle. Down there. Yi Qian pointed towards the ditch and used hand signals to communicate with Li Jinyan. You take the left, I'll take the right. Let's go down together. Li Jinyan gave her an okay hand signal and moved to the left. When he heard Yi Qian say, get ready, the two of them reached the ditch at almost the same time. Yi Qian fired and hit a soldier in the back. The signal device was activated and made a long beep. She and Li Jinyan each took care of one soldier at almost the same time. Platoon leader Fu's eyes widened. It was not because he was shot in the back, but because the Special Forces soldier who shot his deputy platoon leader's back was too familiar. It was so familiar that his eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Qian. He called out a familiar name in a low voice. Even though his voice was low, it was full of surprise, shock, and disbelief. How was this possible? How could he meet Yi Qian here? When did she become a Special Forces soldier? In the first half of the first year of high school, he enlisted in the army and returned to Fujian town to complete the enlistment procedures. On the street, he met Yi Qian and her mother, Auntie Sunday. She told him that Yi Qian had quit school and left with a hooligan. Some people in town even said that they had seen Yi Qian in the coastal cities. They said that they had seen her working as a shampoo girl in a hair salon. When he heard it, he felt that it was a pity. Not only did her grades improve, she even won a big prize. Why did she degrade herself and become a shampoo girl with a bad reputation? Shampoo girl? Special Forces? After working as a shampoo girl for a period of time, Yi Qian went to join the Special Forces? Was that even possible? He was a soldier himself, so he knew that it was impossible. Li Jinyan was the one who dealt with squad leader Fu. When he heard the local squad leader mention Yi Qian's name, he couldn't help but frown. What a coincidence. She ran into a soldier who knew Qingniao. Yi Qian was also very shocked to run into her former middle school classmate, Fu Dong. Squad leader Fu's full name was Fu Dong. He came from Fujian town in Anyang City, Nan Province. He was Yi Qian's former middle school classmate, and he was also the only male middle school classmate in Yi Qian's class who joined the army. Running into an old classmate in a competition and going over to say hello. It was not appropriate at all. Besides, even though she and Fu Dong were classmates, they didn't have much of a relationship. Middle school was the toughest period of her training. Other than Zhang Jiesin, Zhang Bin, Zhang Na, and Zhou Liao, she was only acquainted with the rest of her classmates. There wasn't much to talk about. Chapter 1606. Now was not the time to reunite with an old classmate. Yi Qian, who pretended not to hear him, stopped walking over. Instead, he gave Li Jinyan a meaningful look. Then, with one hand on the edge of the ravine, he nimbly leaped out of the ravine. Fu Dong wanted to wait for her to come closer to confirm if he had made a mistake, but the female Special Forces soldier did not even give him a chance to take a closer look before leaving. Was that Yi Qian? He really suspected that she was Yi Qian. Ever since the second year of junior high, Yi Qian had become a completely different person. She had become the most dazzling pearl in the class. Even Yi Ying was suppressed by her. She was no longer the timid and weak Yi Qian of the past. If it really was her, did Yi Qian quit high school to join the military? Then, he performed well and became a Special Forces soldier? No, how could it be so easy to become a Special Forces soldier? When he joined the military, he performed exceptionally well in the recruit company. He even naively asked the class leader if he could enter the Special Forces based on his performance as a recruit. The class leader pointed at an instructor who was teaching a recruit a lesson and said, "I don't need to tell you about the class leader's comprehensive ability. You've seen it for yourself." Even the instructor didn't become a special forces soldier. "Boy, do you think you can do it? But, you still have potential. Keep it up, you might even become a special forces soldier." Fu Dong had felt that he had no hope of becoming a special forces soldier. He had almost hit every target, and every recruit had challenged him. He had won every single time, but he had not been able to become a special forces soldier. But he did not give up. He had joined the military as a high school student. He was a bit arrogant and always felt that he could succeed. He had joined the military half a year after his first year of high school. Now, he had worked hard for 2.5 years. At the same time, he also understood how difficult it was to become a special forces soldier. To him, there was no hope in this life. But now, he actually saw Yi Qian. A girl actually became a special forces soldier. Was this possible? A cold male voice came from behind him. It was like an icicle in winter. It was so cold that he immediately snapped out of his daze. Fu Dong turned around and looked at the special forces soldier who had easily taken care of her. She couldn't help but look at his armband. Unfortunately, there was nothing on it. What he said to her just now was, "Thank you for your hard work." Fu Donglian, who was still a little confused, restrained her expression and reached out her hand to shake his. She smiled and said, "You're welcome. We're all brothers. It's my duty." Fu Dong, who had been training in the army for nearly 2.5 years, had learned to remain silent. Even though his heart was filled with questions and shock, he did not think of chasing after the female soldier just now to confirm whether or not she was Yi Qian. When the platoon leader brought them into the mountains, he had warned them, "Don't look at what you shouldn't look at, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Keep your eyes open, keep your mouth shut, do your own thing, and be honest." If it was in the past, he would definitely ask. But now, he definitely wouldn't open his mouth. Yi Qian. If that female soldier was really Yi Qian, Fu Dong couldn't help but smile. Then the rumors in class that Yi Ying's family had been secretly slandering Yi Qian were true. After coming out of the ravine, Fu Dong saw a few special forces soldiers carrying heavy combat equipment walking out of the forest. They walked very quickly as if they were not carrying any weight. They looked so relaxed. His eyes searched in the dark. Even though he didn't walk up to confirm, he still wanted to know if that female soldier was Yi Qian. If it was really her. Fu Dong sighed softly. So what if it was really her? Chapter 1607. Li Jinyan strode over to Yi Qian's side. "He knows you." "Yes, he's my former junior high school classmate." Yi Qian glanced at Fu Dong, who was organizing the troops, and sighed with a smile. "What a surprise. You even ran into an old classmate." So they were junior high school classmates. That was easier to handle. She was afraid that they would run into acquaintances from the same village. Li Jinyan's eyes darkened slightly. "Qing Miao, your identity and the unit you're serving in are confidential." "I understand." Yi Qian nodded. She understood what Li Jinyan was trying to tell her. The Storm Commandos were the same as the Snowfield Brigade. Every member's identity and which unit they were serving in were confidential. They couldn't even tell their family members. But fortunately, Fu Dong wasn't completely sure that it was her. After all, it had been 3.5 years since she graduated from junior high school. "He didn't completely recognize me. He just thought I looked familiar. I won't participate in the handshake later, or I'll come over after he leaves." Yi Qian didn't have the slightest intention of acknowledging her old classmate, nor did she have the slightest intention of showing off. She was Yi Qian, a female soldier who fought for her own goals. What did what they thought have to do with her? Fu Dong had already looked around, but he didn't find any familiar figures. He didn't discover them even when all the Special Forces soldiers shook hands with them. Fu Dong watched as the brave Special Forces soldiers left. He realized that there were originally only 21 Special Forces soldiers shaking hands with him, but when they left, there were 22 figures. The extra figure was wearing the same forest combat uniform as the male soldiers. She carried the same combat equipment and walked in the same footsteps as the male soldiers, all the way into the depths of the mountains. Her back was particularly conspicuous in the background of a group of tall and straight male soldiers. She was as slender as a willow tree. In the fine rain, she walked out with a majestic figure that did not lose to any of the male soldiers. Yi Qian, if you're really Yi Qian, your old classmate congratulates you. Congratulations on becoming an indomitable soldier. Class rep, what are you looking at? That female Special Forces soldier. Sigh, I was killed by her. I don't even know how she found me. How can a woman be so powerful? Asked a soldier softly as he lamented. If she was really Yi Qian, Fu Dong smiled and replied, so what if she's a female soldier? Although she is a female soldier, she is a Special Forces soldier who is more powerful than us male soldiers. She was so good when she was in school, and she was still so good after joining the army. This was the old classmate Yi Qian he knew. Now, he was a soldier. He wore a military uniform and carried a steel gun. He was a soldier who fought for his country. Fu Dong did not think about it anymore, nor did he deliberately ask about it. Although he was not sure if it was Yi Qian, he believed that the female soldier who did not even show up to shake his hand was his old classmate. As a soldier, he naturally had to protect his old classmate who was also a soldier. Yi Qian did not know what his old junior high classmate was thinking at this moment, but he knew that if Fu Dong recognized him, then as a soldier, he still had the basic sense of confidentiality. Class representative to be able to become the class rep of a class, it showed that Fu Dong's performance in the army was also very good. This way, even if he really recognized him, there was nothing to worry about. The fine rain continued to fall. The burned cedar mountain was already a few kilometers away from the storm commandos. At 3:00 in the afternoon, the two teams completed their support fire, and then entered the area where the two armies fought together to complete the 300-meter time-limited accurate shooting with 100 bullets. Chapter 1608. There were many factors that could affect a bullet's accuracy, and the drizzle and wind were among them. The weather that the Storm and Shuiyu teams encountered was not good. It was raining on the sea, and it was still raining when they were out of the sea. The wind and rain did not stop, and it continued to rain and disturb them. The Special Forces soldiers who were advancing in the drizzle were drenched inside and out. Their clothes were so wet that water could be wrung out. There was not a single spot on their bodies that was dry. Yi Qian, who had always been able to endure, waited until around 5 in the afternoon. Her face was unusually pale, and her originally rosy lips were sickly pale. Li Jingmian was the closest to her, and he could feel her change the most. You can only rest after this. Hold on for another hour. The devil slowed down and looked at her combat equipment that was as heavy as the male soldiers. He pursed his thin lips and said in a low voice, "Give me the bag, but you have to hold the gun yourself." She did not know what would happen next. The gun, only in her own hands could she ensure her own safety and protect the lives of her comrades. Yi Qian, who felt a slight discomfort in her lower abdomen, secretly adjusted her breathing. She shook her head and smiled at him. "It's okay. I can still hold on. I can still carry it myself. If I can't, I'll report it to you." In the face of her insistence, Li Jingmian's cold gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds. He nodded slightly and said, "Okay. If you have any problems, you can respond at any time." He paused for a moment and added, "I'm still considered reasonable." His last sentence made Yi Qian feel a little awkward. She quickly recalled her interactions with the Devil King. She really did not say or unintentionally express his unreasonable behavior. Only then did she resolve the awkwardness in her heart. "I know. I can still hold on for now. If I can't, I'll respond at any time and ask for help from my comrades." With that said, Yi Qian's pale face broke into a soft smile. "I know that we should help each other. The female soldier's smile appeared so abruptly that it fell from his eyes to his heart. It did not fall lightly, but heavily. It suddenly hit his heart so hard that even his heartbeat seemed to have skipped half a beat. Li Jinyan, whose heart skipped a beat, calmly retracted his gaze and softly replied, He could not help but take large strides and leave the female soldier. Female soldiers were indeed dangerous creatures. It was the right decision not to recruit female soldiers. The commander wanted to keep Qing Miao, but, forget it. Li Jinyan's mind was in a mess as he left. After he left, Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief. He was indeed feeling a little unwell, but it was not so serious that he needed the help of the male soldiers. As a girl, there would always be a few days of normal bleeding every month. Her normal bleeding was probably coming soon. Her lower abdomen had been feeling uncomfortable since around 4 in the afternoon, and now there was a dull pain. For the first time, Yi Qian felt the discomfort caused by normal bleeding. In the past, there was nothing uncomfortable about it. Li Jinyan didn't believe it. He had already seen that she was uncomfortable. How could she be fine? But if she could hold on, she had to hold on. They needed to arrive at the hunting area in advance and check it out in advance. Then, they had to complete the last 2 tasks together. The first was the 300-meter limited time shooting with 100 bullets. The second was the sniper team duel. After these 2 tasks were completed, they would officially enter the hunting operation. Chapter 1609. Before the military made such an arrangement, many of the team members did not quite understand it. Shouldn't they have arranged for the hunt first, followed by a 100-round precision shooting and a sniper team duel? Why did they do it the other way around? Although they did not quite understand the military's arrangement, since it was an order from the military, all the team members had to accept it unconditionally. Even if they did not understand, they had to accept it first and then come out to understand why it was arranged this way. Reality proved that the military had made such an arrangement on purpose. They would exhaust all the team members' stamina to a certain extent and then arrange for the most physically and mentally intensive activities. This was to stimulate everyone's potential to the greatest extent and improve their individual abilities. As the commander of the battle, Li Jinyan understood the military's intentions when he received the order. He believed that Xia Jinyuan felt the same way. At the same time, they could also quickly arrange a plan that was beneficial to the final hunt. They could deploy and scout ahead of time to make up for the exhaustion of their stamina and end the hunt quickly. Right now, both teams were making the best use of their time to make arrangements for the follow-up battle. Even though Li Jinyan could see that Yi Qian was not feeling well, he could not stop for her alone. On the battlefield, it was absolutely impossible to delay an opportunity for personal reasons. Yi Qian naturally understood that, so she gritted her teeth and persevered. She did not want to delay the entire team's time. On a battlefield filled with gunpowder, time was life. How could she stop for personal reasons? She understood. As the commander of the battle, Li Jinyan understood it even more. An hour later, the storm commandos arrived at the mountain they were supposed to arrive at. It was already 6 p.m. and they were only 8 kilometers away from the joint combat zone of the 2 teams. 8 kilometers ahead was the joint combat zone of the 2 teams. Heading east was the combat zone of the 2 teams. It was a combat zone surrounded by mountains with a natural lake in the middle. The combat zone had a complex environment. They could rest here. There was not much time left, only 10 minutes. 10 minutes was enough for Yi Qian to take care of her personal issues. She had to take care of them. After putting down her equipment, Yi Qian asked for 2 minutes of leave from Li Jinyan. As for the reason, she did not say and went into the forest alone. There's something wrong with Qing Miao. She doesn't look well. De Il drank some cold water and frowned as he looked at Yi Qian's back worriedly. Do you want to go over and take a look? Could it be that he's sick? She wasn't that delicate. When she trained with them, she was soaked in the water every single day. She had never fallen sick before. Narrowing his cold eyes, Li Jinyan glanced at the direction where Yi Qian had left. A trace of worry flashed through his cold eyes. Her condition was indeed not good. He said to the big eel, ask Deshua to come over. The water demon with the code name, Dasua, was the same as K7 of the Snowfield Brigade. He was also a medic. After listening to Li Jinyan's description, Dasua's face was a little gloomy. We need to prepare some hot water for her. I'll go nearby and see if there's a suitable place to make a fire. As a medical staff, Dasua could vaguely guess what was wrong with Qing Miao's body. You know? De Il, who was unmarried, looked at Dasua in surprise. That's amazing. You don't even need to take a look to know. He's a miracle doctor. Li Jinyan also looked at Dasua. He used his eyes to ask how his comrade knew. He did not need to take a look to know what was wrong just by listening to him. No matter how much he trusted his comrade, he was still a little worried. Chapter 1610. Deshua didn't know how to answer his captain's question. This was a woman's private matter. How could he tell the unmarried captain? As for the other unmarried comrade, De Il, it was easy to get rid of him. He said, De Il, go to the side. Don't cause trouble. How am I causing trouble? I'm just standing here and listening to you. I'm not disturbing you. Me too. Before De Il could finish, he received the Demon King's gaze. He quickly turned around and walked away, not daring to stay. After he left, Li Jinyan asked in a tense voice, what's going on? Qing Miao's health was so serious that she had to hide it from her comrade? Yi Qian was a female soldier. Her training was no different from that of a male soldier. However, now that she was in trouble, as the captain, Li Jinyan had to be more concerned. After sending away his unmarried comrade, Deshua, who was still hesitating, cleared his throat and said vaguely, it's not a big deal, Captain. As long as you know it's not a big deal, Yi Qian can solve it herself. What's with the hot water? Li Jinyan, the bachelor, still hadn't reacted. It wasn't that he was slow, but that he had never encountered such a situation before. Deshua was married. He was 31 years old and his child was already 3 years old. Male soldiers who had a wife knew more about women's matters. Seeing that his wise and powerful Demon King still didn't understand, Deshua sighed and said, Demon King, it's time for you to find a girlfriend. Yi Qian is uncomfortable because of what girls do every month. Junior high school biology, I know. As long as he mentioned that, Li Jinyan immediately understood. His expression was a little stiff as he interrupted Deshua and said in his usual cold tone, hot water. How do you want to solve it? Deshua looked around. It wasn't easy to solve. They needed a fire to have hot water. This place wasn't suitable for a fire. Let's wait for Yi Qian to bring it up herself. We'll pretend we don't know so she won't feel awkward. Pretending not to know was indeed a good way to resolve the awkwardness. When Yi Qian returned, he found that his equipment was already being carried by the Demon King. Seeing her come over, he said calmly, you don't look too good. We'll take turns carrying the equipment. There were no more superfluous words. His tone sounded like he was telling Yi Qian that the reason they made such arrangements was because they did not want to affect the marching speed of the army. Yi Qian, on the other hand, noticed a subtle change in the atmosphere. For example, when the Demon King was talking to her, he was not looking at her. Instead, he looked away as he spoke. This was not the Demon King's style at all. Li Jinyan suddenly felt that he could not withstand Yi Qian's gaze. He lowered his head to look at the time to hide the unnatural expression on his face. There are still 7 minutes left. Take a break. With that, he turned around and left with Yi Qian's equipment. Yi Qian stared at his back as he left in a hurry. She could not help but narrow her eyes. She did not even get a chance to say a word before he left immediately after he finished speaking. Something was obviously wrong. Her gaze was also very tangible, especially when she was only looking at one spot. Although it was very faint and did not seem to be aggressive, it contained a sharpness that could see through people's hearts. Li Jinyan, who was still carrying a backpack, could not help but quicken his steps. It would have been better if he did not know. Now that he knew, he felt a little awkward. He should take care of her. When it was time to take care of her, he would take care of her. Otherwise, he would appear to be unreasonable. Chapter 16:11. When Big Eel saw that Yi Qian had returned, he was about to go over and ask her if she was feeling unwell and if she wanted Deshua to take a look. However, just as he got up, he was stopped by Deshua. If Qingmiao really has any problems, she'll tell us. She's not telling us now because she doesn't want us to know. Do you want to make Qingmiao feel uncomfortable? He managed to persuade Big Eel. However, it could be seen from this that although Yi Qian had only spent a short time with the members of the Storm Commandos, they were like old comrades who had been together for a few years. Yi Qian was already shy when it came to such matters. If Big Eel really went over to ask her, although she could find an excuse to cover it up, she would really feel a little uncomfortable. There was no need to let the whole team know about a normal physiological matter. After the break, the Storm Commandos set off again. This time, they were even faster than before. Originally, they were weaker than the Snowfield Brigade when it came to mountain warfare. If they did not seize the opportunity, they would be hunted down and killed by the wolves of the Snowfield Brigade. The Snowfield Brigade also rushed towards the hunting area as fast as they could. The senior generals in the command center watched as the 44 green and red dots that represented the number of people all rushed towards the final battle area. The green dots represented Group A, and the red dots represented Group B. Surprisingly, the red and green dots were moving at almost the same speed. For a moment, the generals of both the Navy and the Army laughed. Watching the strongest special forces in battle was even more exciting than watching a drill. Although it was not a large-scale confrontation and they did not even have high-tech equipment, their battle greatly stimulated everyone's most primitive desire to win. It looks like they'll meet in this area. Judging from the time, they can only see their own battle area. As for going to the other party's battle area, there's no way for them to do so. From the time we arranged, they didn't have time to go to the final battle area in advance. Now that they have an extra 2 hours, it can be seen that both sides have already made arrangements. The most basic battle strategy of both sides is the same, which is also very desirable. Ha, it looks like we've underestimated them. We should add another event to the list. Major General Yang of the Army laughed heartily. Looking at those flashing green dots, Major General Yang was satisfied. In terms of time, the Snowfield Brigade had very good control over time, and from a strategic point of view, it was also desirable. However, he had encountered Li Jinmian, who was on par with him in terms of strength, so the time strategy could only be said to be a draw. Now, it was time to see their true abilities. The two teams met on the other side of the lake. Xia Jinyuan flashed the searchlight at the other side of the lake tentatively. Then, the searchlight flashed back at him. The Demon King is an opponent. We're racing against time, and he's racing against time as well. To think that both sides would meet. J5 smiled and sighed. Now, no one can think of exploring the enemy's combat zone. Everyone, head to the 4th combat zone. They were currently in the 5th combat zone. Xia Jinyuan spread out the combat zone map and pointed at an intersection. Meet them here and head to the combat zone together. He wanted to ask about Little Fox's physical condition. Calculating the time, today or tomorrow should be Little Fox's special day as a girl. Carrying 25 kilograms of combat equipment and being drenched in the rain, he did not know how she was doing. The members of the Snowfield Brigade had no problem with his arrangements. The next 2 events would need to be completed together. Tonight, they could meet up and talk about what they had learned over the past few days. Chapter 16:12. After this warm-up match was over, they would organize another match on a larger scale next year. It would be a match between the two teams the entire time, and it would be even more exciting than this. At 7:40 p.m., the two teams met at the intersection of the 4th combat zone. The members of the two teams patted each other's shoulders and thumped each other's chests as their laughter echoed in the night. When the two teams met, they did not stop. The two teams advanced side by side, one on the right and one on the left. Impressive. We were thinking of taking the time to explore your territory, but who knew that you were already there? You're different. The Demon King also arranged for us to visit your territory. But someone flashed a light in our direction, and the Demon King told us that we could return to the 4th combat zone tonight. When the members of both teams talked about this, they had helpless expressions on their faces. Li Jinyan, who was walking at the front, said to Xia Jinyuan, "We returned empty-handed." "Same here," Xia Jinyuan said with a smile. He would occasionally turn around and look behind him. Tonight, the two teams can sit down and have a chat. Let's hear what you've learned over the past 2 days first. Li Jinyan knew he was anxious to find Yi Qian, so he said, "Qing Miao is in the middle of the group. She's not feeling too well." "Thank you. I'll go over and take a look now." When Xia Jinyuan heard that his girlfriend was not feeling well, he got a little anxious. "I'll come over to look for you later." "Sorry." With that, he turned around and strode off. Li Jinyan turned around and looked at his back. There was a hint of darkness in his cold eyes. Once again, he felt that Q King treated Qing Miao differently, but he could not pinpoint the difference. Xia Jinyuan had already walked up to Yi Qian. Yi Qian was talking to T6. When he came over, T6 wanted to make room for him, but he saw his captain holding his girlfriend's hand domineeringly and leaving the group. T6 pursed his lips and chuckled. He gave his captain a thumbs up. Xia Jinyuan only had eyes for his girlfriend. He did not have the time to look at his comrades. He held Yi Qian's hand under the cover of the night. The coldness made his heart sink a little. Other than the warmth in his palm, his fingers were cold. "Are you on your period?" he asked directly. He knew Yi Qian was shy, so he said, "I'm your boyfriend. As a man, I should know this. And as a boyfriend, I should know when my girlfriend's special days. How are you now? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Jian's face stiffened. She really didn't know that he knew about this. "I'm fine." After taking a deep breath, Yi Jian lowered her head and said softly, "Don't make a fuss. I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere." He tightened his grip on her hand slightly, his low voice filled with heartache. "You're so stubborn. Even Demon King Li has noticed that your body isn't in good condition. And your hands are so cold. You should be more careful when you're on your period." Yi Qian felt uncomfortable. Why did he keep bringing up her period? "Let's talk about something else. My hands will be cold after being in the rain. Will our teams be spending the night together tonight? We'll split up again after the 2 events tomorrow." Yi Qian started to change the topic. "It's a little different from what I imagined. At first, I thought it would be 2 teams competing every day." She was so shy that she even avoided talking about such a topic with him. Xia Jinyuan sighed softly. There was nothing else he could do but feel sorry for her. "Let me warm your hands for you. I'll come over later to help you warm your feet." Chapter 16:13. Don't doubt that Major Xia was just joking. He was serious about this matter. Sensing that Yi Jian didn't take his words to heart, Major Xia raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't say anything, but he planned to put his words into action tonight and let her know that he wasn't just joking. Yi Qian did not take his words seriously. The members of both teams would be together tonight. No matter how bold he would not come to her place in the middle of the night. It was already past 10 p.m. when they arrived at the 4th combat zone. The members of both teams who had not slept in bed for a few days were already used to sleeping at night. They found a large rock that could shelter them from the wind. The 2 teams spread the waterproof cloth on the ground, then divided into groups to quickly set up the waterproof cloth. A simple shelter that could temporarily shelter them from the wind and rain was presented perfectly. To them, setting up a temporary tent to shelter them from the wind and rain did not take much time. It took less than 20 minutes for the 40-odd people to work together. Yi Qian was arranged to sleep in a position slightly further in. She was a female soldier, so she could train like a male soldier. However, in terms of daily life, there were still differences between men and women. The sleeping bag was a multi-purpose sleeping bag that was the same color as the forest combat uniform. It was wind-proof, rain-proof, and cold-proof. If there was an enemy situation, she could quickly stand up and hide. It would not affect her flexibility. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan were still talking. Both of them lowered their voices as they talked about the battle that had taken place over the past few days. Yi Qian, who had spread out the sleeping bags, glanced at them. Then, she silently spread out the sleeping bags that the two of them did not have time to spread out. Following that, she went to settle her own personal matters. She felt much more comfortable now. There was no longer that faint feeling of falling. Her body also felt much lighter. She believed that she would be able to completely recover after a good night's sleep. She didn't think that normal bloodshed would occur during the mission. How diligent. You even spread out sleeping bags for the two of us. Xia Jinyuan watched as Yi Qian left the team alone. He originally wanted to chase after her, but he held himself back. If he followed her at a time like this, his little fox would blush again. Also, she could have just spread out a sleeping bag for her boyfriend. Why would she spread it out for Demon King Li? Wasn't she tired? He would tell her about it later. Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully, "You have a good relationship with Qing Miao." "Not bad. After all, I watched her grow up." Xia Jinyuan answered calmly. It was obvious that he understood the meaning behind the Devil King's words, but he didn't want to answer directly for the time being. "She's a very unique female soldier. I've only seen her in my life." In his entire life, he had only met her. Even though he didn't give a direct answer, he did explain a little to Li Jinyan. This explanation caused the darkness in Li Jinyan's cold eyes to waver a little. He had only seen her in his life. He wanted to say, was she the only one in his eyes? His heart suddenly felt a little stuffy. Xia Jinyuan did not give him time to think further. Instead, he went straight to the point. "I've been training with you guys at the beach every day, so I really thought you guys weren't familiar with mountain warfare. Your commander is too humble. He's so humble that I really thought you guys weren't familiar with land warfare. During these 2 days of mountain warfare, I realized that you guys were definitely humble. I really admire you. You managed to lead the Storm Commandos in a little more than a year. You're proficient in all kinds of martial arts. You've made a newly formed team from nothing into an elite force. Demon King, you've contributed a lot." Chapter 16:14. With a cold expression, Li Jinyan stretched his long legs and changed into a more comfortable sitting position. He suppressed the irritation in his heart for some reason, and after a while, he said calmly, "I've given a military order to train this team into a sharp knife within 2 years. It's been exactly 1.5 years now, so I only have half a year left. Back then, when we were named the Storm Amphibious Frogman Commandos, the army hoped that we would be a team that could enter the sea and level the land, instead of just fighting on the sea. If I slack off even a little, Commander Dong won't be able to answer to the army. After all, it was Commander Dong who made him the captain of the commandos despite all the difficulties in the first place." When it came to training, Li Jinyan was obviously more talkative than usual. "In February this year, I took them to the junction of Guangdong and Guangxi, as well as Ulaanbaatar and the desert for a 2-month wilderness survival training. The results were still very good. There are 6 scouts in our team, 3 from the army and 3 from the navy. Through systematic training, the 6 of them exchange their experiences from time to time. Now, there's no difference between the sea and the land for the 6 of them. There's a very big characteristic of the Storm Commandos, which is that not all of the members are from the Navy. They're formed from the sea, the Army, and the Air Force. Therefore, although our daily training revolves around the sea, we've never slacked off on land training. Otherwise, we wouldn't be qualified to be amphibious." His words made Xia Jinyuan nod repeatedly. He could already tell that although the Storm Commandos focused on the sea, they were not like stranded whales on land that could not move. Once they took off the rubber diving suits and put on the land combat uniform, the two of them were as fierce as tigers released from their cages. It's true that the army doesn't only limit you to fighting on the sea. Being able to enter the sea and level the land is the army's hope for you, Anne. Xia Jinyuan's voice lowered a lot and there was a hint of a smile in his voice. I have a guess. This unusual competition is very likely to be the army's observation of us. He and Li Jinyan had known each other for many years. With their mutual understanding, the Demon King must have had his suspicions long ago. It was just that he was a man of few words and did not like to say it out loud. Li Jinyan, who was taking off his helmet, was surprised when he heard this. He held the helmet in his hand and rubbed the edge of the helmet with his fingers. He said thoughtfully, "It seems that I'm not the only one who thinks so. I feel that the military headquarters is selecting the best of the best." After saying that, the two people in the dark instantly fell silent. The night was too dark, and even though they were sitting so close to each other, they couldn't see each other's faces clearly. They could only feel that each other's expressions were a little tense. Selecting the best of the best. It seems that not all of the members will go to war, but the quota is limited, Xia Jinyuan said softly. Now that you think about it, everything makes sense. This explained why they didn't fight together in this competition. Instead, they split up at the beginning, met up in the middle, and split up again at the end. Exhausting their abilities and stimulating their potential was one of the goals, but the most important goal was to select people. Even in a group of outstanding soldiers, there were superior, intermediate, and inferior ones. What the army wanted was the most superior soldiers. They wanted the best of the best, the best of the best. When Yi Qian, who had just returned, heard the phrase, selecting the best of the best, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. When she heard Xia Jinyuan's last words, there was undisguised surprise in her eyes. Chapter 16:15. What's going on? Could it be that not everyone can go abroad to fight? She paused. Xia Jinyuan, who had been paying attention to her movements, saw that she hadn't moved. He apologized to Li Jinyan and hurriedly got up and walked over. His lowered voice couldn't hide his worry. Are you not feeling well? Do you need some hot water? No, I don't need it. Yi Qian didn't expect him to come over directly. She quickly explained, I'm fine. I was just a little surprised when I heard what you said. Previously, the Major General said that she was going to train with the two teams to represent the country to fight abroad. If there was a selection, then she only had a 50% chance of being selected. Thinking of this, Yi Qian's expression became serious. There was a hint of stubbornness between her eyebrows. If there was a selection, she definitely wouldn't run away. She would work harder to fight for the opportunity. That way, she wouldn't disappoint the Major General. The searchlight on the helmet was turned on. Xia Jinyuan looked at her face worriedly. Yes, her complexion was indeed much better than before. Her delicate lips also had a faint pink luster. Come and sit down. Let's talk about something. If there was a selection, of course, he wanted her to go. If not for anything else, he wanted her to fight for his pride. In the command center, the Major General and the Navy Commander looked at the red and green dots representing the two team captains. They had been in close contact for 10 minutes. The Major General raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. He said to the Navy Commander helplessly, Old Dong, why do I feel like something is wrong? It's like they'll make a move tonight. There were certain loopholes in the arrangement of this competition. It wasn't surprising that they found out about the military's specific intentions. The Navy Commander sighed and said, Paper can't wrap fire. The competition has been going on for 3 days. The two team captains must have a lot of questions in their hearts. Now that they've met and asked each other a little, our ultimate goal can't be hidden. Or maybe they found out. Now they've guessed. Before he could finish his sentence, the Navy Commander saw the small dot representing Qing Miao approaching. This is great. The three Zhuge-Liangs are together. Tonight, they'll definitely know what we're trying to do. The Major General heard this and immediately looked back at the big screen. He laughed and said, I'm sure they've already guessed part of it. Now that the three of them are together, they're probably discussing this topic. Participating in the competition next year was no small matter. It was a matter of national glory. Although there were 44 elite special forces training together this time, there was a limit to the number of people who could represent the country in battle. Yi Qianjian had taken up one of the spots, so there were only 19 spots left. If the three of them know now. The Navy commander smiled and said, basically, the three of them are taking up the spots. So it doesn't matter if they know. As a battle commander, my analytical ability is naturally better than my team members. If they know, then let them know. Chapter 16:16. In that case, for the sake of fairness, let's announce it to all the team members. The Major General of the Army stopped smiling and looked at the big screen with a serious expression. Let them do their best for themselves. The Navy commander agreed and nodded. Only with competition can there be improvement. Only with motivation can there be hope. Let's see who will rise and fall. Just as the two senior generals had guessed, the three of them were indeed discussing this matter. Yi Jian said, if that's the case, then I. She looked at the two black figures that couldn't be ignored even in the darkness around her. I will do my best to become a female soldier who can stay. Then I can't lose. Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curved up slightly, revealing a faint, evil and confident smile. The female soldiers have all stayed. As the leader, I can't lose. Li Jinyan's answer was concise as usual. Same here. Then there's a very important question. Do we need to tell our comrades? The military didn't give us any clear instructions. It's obvious that they don't want us to know. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, his handsome face darkened. We need to contact the command center. Otherwise, it will not be fair to them. Unless all three of us don't participate. However, this was impossible. This kind of thing was the captain's business. Although she didn't have the right to speak, she could still say something. Yi Qian pursed his lips and said, I'm also one of the team members. Now that I know, the others don't know. Just as Q King said, it won't be fair to them. This was because everyone wanted to represent their country and fight for their country's glory. Contact the military. Contact the military. Two voices sounded at the same time. Xia Jinyuan looked at Li Jinyan and said, now, let's go together and contact each other. Yi Qian got up. Then I won't disturb the two of you. I'll go back and rest first. Good night. The two young majors who still had work to do nodded and watched her leave. Soon, the Navy commander and Major General of the Army in the command center received a call from their proud subordinate. Just as they had guessed, they really called to ask for confirmation. 5 minutes later, the members of the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team and the Snow Region Special Forces were informed. The sudden news made them, who had always been calm, stunned for a few seconds. That's how it is. We guessed it 10 minutes before you guys did. After confirming with the military, we immediately gathered and informed our comrades. So, we're not just comrades, but also rivals. Xia Jinyuan stood at the front to announce the news. For this kind of thing, the sooner it was announced, the better. The quota is limited. The military didn't tell you exactly how many quotas there are. You just need to remember that all of you have the opportunity to bring glory to our country. Whether you can represent our country or not depends on your own ability. Yi Jian, who was standing upright, suddenly recalled Uncle Zhen's words, if you're strong enough, you'll definitely stand at the highest peak for the world to look up to. Suddenly, her heart was filled with lofty aspirations. Her pair of clear eyes seemed to be burning with a ball of fire, burning until her eyes were black and bright. For a moment, they were even more dazzling than diamonds. She didn't need the world to look up to her. She just needed to live up to this new life. Chapter 16:17. After the temporary assembly, Yi Qian could clearly feel that the atmosphere had changed. It was like a loaded arrow, filled with killing intent. Go for it, brother. Okay, don't cry when you lose. Looks like I can't go easy on you anymore. Let's see who's better. Qing Miao, from now on, I can't treat you as a female soldier. If I offend you in any way, please forgive me. Because I'm a soldier and I have my mission. It tells me that I have to keep moving forward. Big Eel stood in front of Yi Qian. The water ghost looked at Yi Qian seriously. From now on, we are comrades and also opponents. Yes, Big Eel. From now on, we are comrades and also opponents. So please don't treat me as a female soldier. Because a female soldier will not admit defeat just because she is a female soldier. Because a female soldier is also a soldier and has a fearless military spirit. Yi Qian looked at him with a smile and answered him seriously. She was a female soldier, but she had her own beliefs and pursuits. She was ready to go and fight for glory. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing behind her, smiled. His handsome and elegant face had a deep smile. As he looked at his girlfriend, the gentleness in his eyes rippled like water. After Big Eel left, he took a few steps forward and stood a certain distance away. The tall man stood quietly and looked at her deeply. Qing Miao, I'm the captain of the Snowfield Brigade, codenamed Q King. From tonight onwards, you are my comrade and also my opponent. I won't be modest just because you are a female soldier, and I won't give you special treatment because of our relationship. I am a soldier, I have my principles and I have my mission. As for you, as a soldier, you don't need others to be modest, nor do you need special treatment. I will always believe in you. I believe that as a female soldier, you will overcome all obstacles and become an outstanding Special Forces soldier. As her boyfriend, Major Xia also said the same thing to his girlfriend. Look, this was the love between them. It was a unique love, a love that was even more dazzling than those romantic relationships. They were lovers, comrades in arms, and rivals. Their love in this life would be more exciting than anyone else's love. Yi Qian turned around and looked at the young major who had always spurred him on. His bright eyes were like crescent moons as he smiled. Thank you, Captain Xia. Thank you, Q King. Thank you, my boyfriend. You used your unique way to protect her growth and made her so happy. Not far away, Li Jinyan smiled as he watched. He finally understood why he had a subtle feeling every time he saw the two of them. As long as the two of them were together, their smiles, their words, even if they were just standing together and not doing anything, there was a kind of intimacy that no one could get close to. Turning around, Li Jinyan returned to his seat without hesitation. At the same time, he moved his sleeping bag a little further away, leaving more space for the two of them who couldn't be intruded. They were comrades in arms, rivals, and lovers. It was already very late at night. Xia Jinyuan, who was lying in his sleeping bag, turned slightly to his side. He used his hands to tightly hug Yi Qian's cold feet, using his body temperature to warm them up. He wouldn't give in to her during the competition, but in life, he would definitely do his best to take care of her and make her happy. Yi Qian struggled for a while and stopped moving. He had already experienced his stubbornness. He was a man of his words. When he said that he would cover her feet, he definitely wasn't joking. Chapter 16-18. That night, Yi Jian slept very soundly. Her cold feet seemed to be warmed by a ball of fire. The warmth spread from the soles of her feet to her limbs and bones. It was so warm that when she opened her eyes and woke up, she found that her forehead was slightly sweaty. Realizing that her legs were still in his arms, Yi Jian's face, which was full of vitality, blushed even more. She kicked her legs lightly, trying to get out of his arms. As soon as she moved, the man who had his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. His handsome eyes were like the cold moon breaking through the clouds. His gaze was so cold that it was suffused with a little bit of cold light. His hand was already holding the rifle. The moment he opened his eyes, Xia Jinyuan entered combat mode. This was a man who, as long as he was wearing his military uniform, combat uniform, or training uniform, was always in combat mode or in preparation for combat, no matter what he was doing at the time. At this moment, Yi Qian quickly pulled her feet back and sat up quickly, looking like she was about to get out of bed and get ready to get up. It was still early. The assembly time was 5:30 in the morning. Right now. Yi Qian looked at the time. It was still 15 minutes to 5 o'clock. She remembered that Xia Jinyuan didn't agree to it. He hugged her feet again and didn't get up. He lazily said, "You can still sleep for a while. Don't worry. None of our comrades are up now. If you stand like this, the sentinels will notice you. If they notice you, they will notice me. Little fox, do you think the sentinels will see me hugging your feet?" Major Xia, who had his eyes closed, said softly. Because he had just woken up, his deep and slightly cold voice had a hint of sexy hoarseness. "If you want the sentinels to see you, just sit. I won't mind." Yi Qian didn't think too much about it. After being reminded, she raised her eyes like a deer and looked around vigilantly. Her comrades hadn't gotten up yet. The sentinels were 5 meters away from them. Fortunately, they didn't notice her little action. The major, who had his eyes closed, seemed to know what she was doing. He slowly opened his eyes, and his deep, dark eyes were filled with smiles. "The sentries are the scouts of the water ghouls. Little fox, do you want to continue sitting there?" She didn't dare to continue being a role model. Yi Qian, whose heart was racing, was afraid that she would wake her comrades up if she spoke. She could only lie down again. She helplessly said to the major who was hugging her feet, "Hurry up and let go. It's going to be dawn soon. It won't be good if they see us. There's still some time before dawn. Don't worry. Why don't you sleep beside me for a while longer?" The major had his eyes closed, and he wasn't worried about being discovered in the slightest. He said in a calm and collected manner, "With me here, do you still need to worry about being discovered? If they see us, they'll see their comrades taking care of their comrades." Major Xia was the best at arguing irrationally. He wasn't worried, but she was. Yi Jian, who did not dare to move too much, did not directly argue with the unreasonable man in order to successfully withdraw her feet. Instead, she negotiated with him, "Then you have to let go of me so that I can go over." When he let go, she immediately got up. Xia Jinyuan knew his girlfriend very well. If he let go, she would run away immediately. He was even worried that his comrades would see him covering her feet. If the two of them slept side by side. TSK, would little fox be willing? Don't even think about it. The shy little fox would never agree to it. Chapter 16-19. How about I hug your feet and warm you up a little more? Are you satisfied with being treated like a human furnace? Major Xia, who had seen through her little plan, remained unmoved and only hugged her feet tightly. The military multipurpose sleeping bag was different from normal sleeping bags. Normal sleeping bags were designed according to the human body, with wide shoulders and narrow feet. The multi-purpose sleeping bags they were using now had sleeves that resembled clothes. It was designed to make it easier for soldiers to quickly grab their guns when they noticed something unusual while sleeping. The sleeping bag had a double-ended zipper. In order to allow Yi Qian's legs to be close to his body, Xia Jinyuan pulled the zipper up to his chest and hugged Yi Qian's legs. Therefore, as long as Yi Qian moved slightly, he could feel the wind in the mountains rushing towards his chest. Therefore, he sighed softly and said, "Don't move. My chest is cold. You don't want me to catch a cold, right?" She could still rest for a while. She was in a special situation right now, so she had to rest well. Even though Yi Qian knew that he was deliberately acting pitiful, he couldn't bear it and could only whisper, "I'm much better now. I wasn't in good condition yesterday, mainly because I've been soaking in the water every day. Now, I'm really fine after sleeping for a night. If you don't believe me, I'll come over and let you take a look." Xia Jinyuan believed him. When he heard this, he let go of his hands and sat up. He reached his right hand out of the sleeves of the sleeping bag and gently stroked Yi Qian's cheek. It was very warm. His body temperature was indeed much more normal than last night. As for whether his qi and blood were good, there was no way to tell at the moment. He could only wait until dawn to find out. Finally, he could pull his legs back. Yi Qian instantly breathed a sigh of relief and even his expression became lighter. He didn't stop Xia Jinyuan from stroking his face. Do you feel that my body is much warmer? She felt the gentle touch of his fingers on her face. It was very light and very soft, like a flower gently falling into her heart, filled with a sweet floral fragrance that made her feel sweet. Yi Qian smiled at the man who only had a rough outline. The corners of his mouth were a little deep. I couldn't take care of my body during training, but I won't push myself when I'm resting. During training and missions, no matter how bad her body was, she had to hold on. This was the tenacious willpower that a soldier must have. When she was resting, she would adjust her body so that her body wouldn't be unable to get the rest it needed when she was resting. She needed to be strong, but she wouldn't push herself just for a moment of strength. Xia Jinyuan then looked at his girlfriend sitting in front of him and laughed softly. Indeed. It seems like I was a human furnace last night. You sound like you're energetic, so there shouldn't be any big problems. I can't bear this kind of thing for you, so I'll have to trouble you. Yi Qian. It was better to change the topic. She didn't want to talk about her physical problems at all. However, it was indeed because of him that she was able to sleep so soundly last night. She thanked him graciously. Yes, thanks to Q King for taking care of me last night, I'm so energetic now. How are you going to thank me? Xia Jinyuan didn't give Yi Qian any time to catch her breath. He quickly said, I'll be happier if you thank me sincerely. Of course, we can only record it now. We'll talk about it after training. After bringing his girlfriend to his unit, Major Xia suddenly realized that he could occasionally seize the time to talk about love and romance. It had to be said that this was a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 1620. Some of his comrades had already woken up. Hearing the rustling sounds, Yi Qian's heart tightened. He quickly scanned his surroundings, afraid that someone had clearly heard their conversation. It was 5:00 in the morning. In the light of the morning sun, Yi Qian realized that Demon King Li, who should have been the closest to them, was now at least 2 meters away. In other words, this area was occupied by her and Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan followed her line of sight. His gaze swept over Li Jinyan once before he retracted it. It was easy to deal with smart people. Although he didn't directly mention his relationship with Yi Qian, the Demon King had already guessed it. He even intentionally distanced himself, leaving enough space for him and Yi Qian. Demon King, you're really something. At the same time, he believed that this man wouldn't tell anyone about his relationship with Yi Qian. As for why he wanted to leak some information to Demon King Li, it was very simple. He realized that Demon King Li's gaze had been lingering on his girlfriend for a long time. This wasn't a good sign. He had to stop it. Such an outstanding little fox wouldn't lack people who had designs on her. He also couldn't defeat all the men who had designs on her, but that didn't stop him from declaring his authority as her boyfriend. Since he knew, he had to attack and not give the other party a chance. The love letter incident, he had to learn from it. Yi Qian didn't know that the man beside him had already quietly declared his authority as her boyfriend. Seeing that Demon King Li had distanced himself from them, he sighed in relief. Seeing that a few of his comrades had already gotten up, he immediately said, I can't thank you enough. If you really want to thank me, we'll talk about it when the time comes. I'll record it first. Also, don't collect interest. Major Xia, who had originally planned to collect some small interest such as a kiss, a gift, and so on, decided against it. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to collect his capital when the time came. He also heard the commotion of his comrades getting up. He knew that the short time between the two of them had to come to an end. Besides, he also didn't want everyone to know about his relationship with Yi Qian. Even if he wanted to announce it, he had to wait until Yi Qian had entered the Snowfield Brigade and achieved a certain level of success. Only then would he be able to shut everyone's mouths. The members of both teams did not have the habit of sleeping in. In addition, they all knew that this competition was also a qualifier. Everyone was doing their best to fight for a spot. The competition had already begun. If they did not want to be eliminated, they had to give it their all. Although they had also done their best before, they would fight even harder now, so she had to do her best too. Yi Qian had already packed the sleeping bags. When he turned around, he saw that Xia Jinyuan had finished packing all her equipment. He said to her, "Go ahead and walk around. Come back and meet us at 5:30. There was a small stream in front of them, so they could simply wash up. There were still 23 minutes left. Yi Qian saw that Demon King Li was also packing up and had yet to assemble his team. She nodded and followed him into the forest. Before she left, she quickly felt around in her bag and calmly placed one hand in the pocket of her combat uniform. Only then did she catch up with Xia Jinyuan. His girlfriend's little movements were seen by his boyfriend, but he didn't point it out. Instead, his thin lips curved into a sexy arc. She was really cute. So cute that he couldn't help but want to tease her again. No, if he teased her again, his little fox would reveal her hidden claws. She would fly into a rage out of humiliation and scratch his face with her claws. That wouldn't be worth it. Chapter 1621. In the morning, Yi Qian naturally had to deal with her personal matters again. Fortunately, she only had 3 days. After 3 days, she would have 4 days of small tasks, so she didn't have to go through so much trouble. After entering the forest, Yi Qian took advantage of Xia Jinyuan's time to wash up. She immediately dealt with her own matters and cleaned up any traces she left behind. The forest was very quiet, and there was even a faint mist surrounding it. The early birds were already chirping happily on the branches, playing Ode to Joy for the couple who could take a walk together for the time being. Xia Jinyuan didn't mention anything about personal matters again. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Today and tomorrow will be the most tiring 2 days. Do you remember the captive plan that I told you about? From this afternoon onwards, Qing Miao, you have to be careful. Be careful that you don't get kidnapped by us." The captive plan could be said to be the highlight of the competition. It was also the competition that tested the individual combat ability of a soldier the most. Especially last night, all of her comrades knew that this would be a selection competition, so individual combat would only be more rigorous and fierce. Xia Jinyuan's reminder made Yi Qian feel a chill in her heart. He was right. She really had to be careful. If she was captured, she would very likely miss the opportunity to go overseas to fight. That was definitely not what she wanted. Don't be too stressed. You are a soldier personally trained by Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen was the strongest soldier of his generation. Qing Miao, do you know that it is a blessing to learn from the best soldier of his generation? Yi Qian's gaze moved slightly. Uncle Chen once told her that he went on a big mission more than 7 years ago. There were a total of 10 soldier elites, but only 4 of them returned alive. But from Captain Xia's tone, it seemed that Uncle Chen belonged to the glory of that era and was not an ordinary soldier elite at all. Besides, Uncle Chen rarely mentioned his past to her. Except for the day when they started the purgatory training, Uncle Chen never mentioned anything about their military experiences more than 7 years ago. Most importantly, Uncle Chen was obviously hiding something from her at that time. Uncle Chen was discharged from the army in 1987, but he claimed that he had been exposed after completing a mission 7 years ago because he was given the identity of the world sniper. In order to ensure his safety, the military spent 3 months preparing to erase Uncle Chen's identity. He became an international sacrifice, but was actually still alive. However, Uncle Chen only left the army in 1987. There was a long time between 1987 and 1987. However, after that, Uncle Chen never mentioned his past in the army, nor did he mention his glorious past. She even asked him about it later, but Uncle Chen just smiled and said to her casually, "Let bygones be bygones. Some things are only suitable for one person to remember, and they can only belong to one person." At that time, she felt that Uncle Chen had something to say. The sadness in his eyes was so deep that she felt a little sour in her nose. She could not ask him any further. Until now, Uncle Chen was still the most mysterious family member in her heart. Xia Jinyuan sensed that something was wrong and could not help but ask, You don't know about Uncle Chen? I know a little, but not much. Uncle Chen only mentioned him to me once, Yi Qian said in a low voice. Although he did not mention much, she knew that Uncle Chen must have been very powerful in the past. Uncle Chen could shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away, hit 3 targets with 1 shot, and other legendary sniping skills that Uncle Chen could perform. Should she ask around in front of Captain Xia? Since Uncle Chen did not want to tell her, there must be a reason why he could not tell her. Was she being disrespectful to Uncle Chen if she insisted on asking? Chapter 1622. But when she thought about how Uncle Chen had deliberately avoided it, she felt a little uneasy. His identity had been exposed. It had been so many years, so it should be fine. After a slight change in her gaze, Yi Jian asked, Captain Xia, I'd like to ask you something. Is Uncle Chen a unique soldier king or a soldier king in an army? The one and only soldier king, the legend of the sniper world. To this day, Uncle Chen still holds the throne of the sniper world. No one can replace him. Xia Jinyuan's expression turned solemn when he mentioned his predecessor's achievements. His voice was filled with respect. Uncle Chen can be said to be a legend that many people do not believe. Yi Qian was shocked. The one and only soldier king. A legend that many people do not believe. Uncle Chen didn't tell him about this at all. Xia Jinyuan was also a little surprised. He thought that Yi Qian knew everything about Uncle Chen, but her expression told him that she did not know about Uncle Chen's past achievements. Uncle Chen never mentioned that he was a soldier king to you? Xia Jinyuan frowned. Uncle Chen had never mentioned it to her? Why? When he trained Yi Qian, did Uncle Chen not mention anything about his past? Yi Qian shook her head gently. I only know that Uncle Chen had 10 soldier kings go on a mission together with him in the 70s. In the end, only 4 soldier kings came back alive. Other than that, Uncle Chen never mentioned anything about him. Among the 10 soldier kings, Uncle Chen was the real soldier king. Xia Jinyuan added, in that era, Uncle Chen's sniping skills and individual combat ability made him the soldier king in the army. The soldier kings who went on missions with him were all defeated by Uncle Chen. That was why Uncle Chen was said to be the one and only soldier king. Yi Qian, who had never heard of Uncle Chen's personal history, was shocked beyond words. To this day, the god of sniping still belongs to Uncle Chen. No one can replace him. From 1987 until 1999, when Uncle Chen retired, no one had been able to defeat Uncle Chen's battle record for the past 12 years. So that was how the world-class sniper came to be. However, when Uncle Chen mentioned this, he casually told her that it was just for fame. From his tone, it sounded as if everything was fake and could not be taken seriously. Xia Jinyuan's eyes gradually darkened. Yi Qian was Uncle Chen's only successor, and his sniping skills were all personally trained by Uncle Chen. Why didn't Uncle Chen mention him to him? Could it be, Xia Jinyuan asked Yi Qian in a deep voice, do you know why Uncle Chen retired? Yes, I do. Yi Qian saw that Xia Jinyuan's face was a little gloomy, so he couldn't help but lower his voice. His personal identity was exposed. In order to avoid some trouble, after 3 months of military deployment, Uncle Chen retired as a sacrifice. In other words, Uncle Chen's identity was still a secret and could not be revealed to anyone. Xia Jinyuan's expression softened a little. If that was the case, Uncle Chen did tell Yi Qian a thing or two, but he didn't say too much. He then said, Uncle Chen is a legend, and even more so, a legend in the sniping world. Even after he retired, there were still countless people searching for him. Uncle Chen's situation is a little complicated. Since he didn't tell you too much, he must have his reasons. And you just need to remember that you are a sniper personally trained by Uncle Chen. Don't embarrass Uncle Chen, understand? Xia Jinyuan reminded him, then calmly changed the topic and stopped mentioning Uncle Chen. Chapter 1623. Uncle Chen didn't tell Yi Qian because he didn't want Yi Qian to worry. More importantly, he wanted to protect Yi Qian, so he definitely couldn't mention Uncle Chen's past to Yi Qian. Today, he almost made a big mistake. He thought that since Uncle Chen and Yi Qian were relatives, Yi Qian should know everything about him. Yi Qian pursed her lips. Uncle Chen didn't want to tell her. Captain Xia didn't want to tell her either. Why did they have to hide it from her? Could it be that Uncle Chen was still in danger? What other secrets did Uncle Chen have? Was it a dangerous secret? Yi Jian, who was sensitive, lowered her eyes. The complicated emotions in her eyes were covered by her long and thick eyelashes. She was a little worried. When Xia Jinyuan saw this, he knew that his words had disturbed Yi Qian's emotions. After the training, he had to give Uncle Chen a call immediately and apologize to Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, who was far away in Shuku village, opened the wooden door. When he saw who was knocking on the door with the help of the light, his resolute face suddenly changed. "Hello, is this the home of martyr Sun Xueqing?" At the door, Chief Kai of the Tongzhou City Public Security Bureau asked politely. "I'm looking for her daughter, Yi Qian." Uncle Chen sighed softly and said politely, "Yes, please come in." After Chief Kai entered the room and sat down, he looked at the middle-aged man who wasn't much older than him. He lowered his head to hide the confusion in his eyes as he drank tea. This man, why did he look so familiar? He felt like he had seen him somewhere before. After getting dressed and washing up, Uncle Chen also looked at the middle-aged man who was drinking tea. His eyes were also filled with confusion. He knew who he was. He was Yi Qian's mother's former comrade. He had seen him in photos before. "My apologies for intruding." Chief Kai did not try to figure out who this familiar middle-aged man was. Instead, he took the initiative to state his intentions. "I'm here to look for my comrade's daughter, Yi Qian. May I know who you are?" Uncle Chen sat down and took a sip of hot tea before answering, "I'm Yi Qian's uncle. My surname is Chen. What business do you have with Yi Qian? She's not at home now." Before coming here, Chief Kai had already asked around and found out that Yi Qian had been taken care of by an old revolutionary and her junior high school's principal Chen. It could be said that if it weren't for the two of them, Yi Qian might have been spoiled by her uncle's family. "So you're Principal Chen." "Hello, Principal Chen. My surname is Kai. I was martyr Sun Xueqing's comrade." Seeing that he had found the right person, the smile on his face couldn't help but become more genuine. He opened his briefcase and took out a yellow diary. "This is Sun Xueqing's legacy. Principal Chen, can you pass this to Yi Qian for me? Last time, I met her in a hurry in Tongzhou. We parted ways after a few words. Seeing her is like seeing the glory of martyr Sun Xueqing. A daughter inheriting her mother's will. This is an amazing child." He had actually met Yi Qian before. Uncle Chen, whose expression had eased a little, suddenly darkened again. He did not take the diary. Instead, he looked at the old friend who had suddenly come to visit with a sharp gaze. "I wonder if Mr. Kai has mentioned anything about her mother to little Yi?" "Principal Chen, don't worry. I know what's important. I haven't said a word about martyr Sun Xueqing yet." Seeing Principal Chen's sharp gaze, Chief Kai straightened his body slightly and said with a serious expression, "It seems that Principal Chen also knows about martyr Sun Xueqing. I haven't mentioned this to Yi Qian yet because I have many questions myself." Chapter 1624. The morning breeze blew in through the open door, bringing with it the chill of winter. Principal Chen looked solemnly at the open door of the central room and said to Chief Kai, "If you don't mind, let's sit in the kitchen. We can talk while warming ourselves up. How about that?" He didn't know if anyone in the village had seen this Mr. Kai before. There were a few famous gossipy women in the village. If they saw him, they would probably gossip about him. The village was small, so if a stranger came in, it was inevitable that everyone would ask a few questions. This was the typical village life. No one had bad intentions, so when they gathered together, they would gossip about each other. There were almost no secrets to speak of. "I don't mind. Please lead the way." Chief Kai smiled and stood up first. He had a good impression of Principal Chen. He saw a familiar aura in him, the mighty aura of a soldier. As retired soldiers, he felt that the distance between them was much closer. Yi Qian's house was an old house from the 1980s, unlike the small red brick houses that were being built in the village. They were all made of mud bricks and painted with white lime powder. Although they were old, they were clean and clean. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. The kitchen was used to heat the fire. Principal Chen usually ate here as well. He would burn the chopped firewood and set up an old-fashioned kettle. Chief Kai smiled when he saw this. I haven't seen this kettle in a long time. I used to see it in the army. When they talked about the army, Principal Chen, who was also a retired soldier, also smiled. Our village still uses this kettle. It's convenient and durable. The water it heats is also delicious. The conversation became more relaxed, and there was no coldness like before when they met. Unknowingly, the water in the fire boiled, and white steam rose from the kettle. Principal Chen put on a pair of gloves and picked up the handle of the kettle, which was blackened by the smoke from the firewood, to brew a new cup of tea. He handed it to Chief Kai and sighed. Old Kai, tell me about Yi Qian's mother. Half an hour later, one called him Old Kai, while the other called him Old Brother. Yi Qian looks like her mother, but she looks calmer than her mother. She also has the aura of a soldier. Chief Kai took a sip of the hot tea that had just been brewed. The tea leaves were also self-made, and the fragrance of the tea filled his mouth. The firewood crackled as it burned, and the light from the fire illuminated Chief Kai's face, revealing a hint of melancholy. Although I've only met Yi Qian once, I can tell that this child is very opinionated. He's exceptionally calm when something happens, and he has the courage to make prompt decisions. Yes, this child is more opinionated and stronger than her mother. Principal Chen nodded. After talking for more than half an hour, he could tell that he used to have a good relationship with Yi Qian's mother. They had a very deep friendship. Therefore, when he mentioned Yi Qian, it was as if he was talking about his own child. He had the tolerance and love of an elder. Chief Kai recalled how he had interacted with his former comrade, and there was both joy and sadness in his eyes. With such an outstanding child, Hongmei can rest assured in the underworld. Yi Qian was only 3 years old when she sacrificed herself. At such a young age, she was already an orphan. Fortunately, Yu and the old senior who passed away supported her and took care of her. Otherwise, this girl would have been spoiled by her uncle. Chief Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of hostility when he said the last sentence. Yi Qian is a sensible person. She knows clearly in her heart who treats her badly and who treats her well. Her uncle doesn't do things the right way, but Yi Qian is a domineering child who knows what's important.